हेलो दोस्तों, क्या हालचाल। मैं हूँ आपका होस्ट और दोस्त ऋतिक प्रसाद एंड आई विल बी योर इंस्ट्रक्टर फॉर दिस entire iOS development course. And in this course we will be going to cover Xcode, Swift UI, storyboard, UIKit and everything about iOS development. Okay, so if you don't know anything about it, you will going to learn in this course and you are a beginner who just started their mobile journey, or I can say mobile development journey. You can surely take this course and start your journey, because in this one I will be mentioning everything from the scratch. What is Xcode, everything about Xcode we will be going through, and how the origin is started from it, what is UIKit. So just a history, like earlier Xcode used to have a storyboard, and in a storyboard we used to drag and drop UI elements. But right now with the Swift UI, you just explain what the UI looks like. Okay, you are not dragging or dropping something. It's like React Native or JavaScript or HTML CSS. You define what the UI looks like. Okay, you will be not dropping the components and resizing it or placing the element somewhere. It's not like that right now. But yeah, as a developer you should learn the legacy things as well, because when you get a job in iOS development or you do any project, freelancing or anything, you will be you might get the oldest project. So there it will be some storyboard thing, and there will be mix of Swift UI and storyboard. So if you are aware of, then you can easily work on that. Okay, so I am making sure, like, after taking this course, if you do anything on the iOS development, you will be say like, thank God I have taken this course. Okay, so yeah, don't worry about anything. Just trust me and let's keep going. So after learning this course, you will be able to develop application for all this iOS, or you can say Apple ecosystem products. So there is Mac OS, Vision OS, and iPad, Watch OS, and iOS. So mostly we will be developing on iOS mobile devices, basically iPhone. But the concept, how to develop application, what are the things, you can develop easily for other platform as well. Why I'm saying this? Because there are some minor changes, like the framework changes, that you can easily go through the documentation for, let's say, Vision OS, what are the functions and the buttons or UI kits. Okay, and what are the features for Mac OS. So this kind of thing is smaller things you can easily learn once you develop application in iPhone. Okay, so everyone start with iPhone, and after that you can start with Watch OS, iPad, Mac, and Vision OS. Okay, as you wish. But yeah, majorly jobs are on iPhone development. So if I talk about the versions right now, that is 26, and currently we are in 2026 as well. So just now Apple introduced Glass UI, their latest liquid design system. So we will be going to learn that as well. And even though, if like there was a time like you will be watching this video in future, there will be 32, 39, whatever will be the iOS version, I will not be designing this course that only work with this 26. Okay, so if you are watching this course in future, still you can learn from it and you can develop on your own. And just a small thing on the prerequisite, you can say, that is a required hardware. So you need a MacBook for developing iOS applications. The reason is because it requires Apple ecosystem to build, and all the IDE and all the tools, all the compilers that are inbuilt in this operating system. So you cannot build on Windows because Windows have different kernel and operating system. So you need to have a MacBook, or if you don't have MacBook, you can use right now like the Cloud Mac or a VM that has Mac OS in it. So that will be much better, and I think you can easily get on the Mac Stadium, or there are some trial they will provide, so it will not be very much costly. You can complete in 1 month or 15 days. So it will be good for your career and as well for the mobile development skill set. So I hope you will be able to arrange a MacBook. And also one more thing I would like to mention, like if you have MacBooks you can start, but once you are good at developing iOS application, later on you will be required an iPhone as well. Okay, so why iPhone? Because there are some features that you cannot perform on the simulator. So when you are doing something on live location tracking or notifications, okay, and there are other features as well like Siri Kit or Apple Intelligence. So these kind of thing you will require a iPhone, but this is a later part. Okay, you don't need to have right now, and mostly everything you can develop on simulator, but there are some cases, some smaller things that you need to have a real iPhone device. Okay, so don't worry about it right now. Let's start. And if you Google more about like Xcode, you will get to know like Xcode is a IDE developed by Apple. So using this, you can develop various Apple platforms and distribute on a App Store. So App Store is basically like Google Play Store where we deploy our application and any end users can download it. Okay, and there are if you go to company or if you work on a legacy project that is using old Xcode version, so you might need to see the compatibility with the Mac OS and the different version of Xcode. But right now, if you are a beginner, don't worry about going to the previous version. You just download the latest Xcode with the latest Mac OS, I think Tahoe. Okay, that is 21 point something. So you need to download all this, and I'm just giving you a context like if we can also use the oldest Xcode versions. Okay, so there are other tools as well. If you go to this Xcode resources, and the links are simple, like you can Google it, you can search on Google Xcode resources, this page will comes on the top. Okay, and there are other tools that you need to install like Icon Composer. So Icon Composer is also recently introduced. Using this you can create the liquid glass design system icons, so that looks like a glass effect on that. The you can say dynamic lightning effects, animation, and various modes like dark mode, light mode, or other mode. Okay, and there is SF symbols. So SF symbols is like icons. Okay, so you see in every application there is a help icon, search icon, drop down, etc. So these all icons you can get it from SF symbols, or you can manually add your own icon as well. But for start case you can use these SF symbols that are based on the Apple design system. Okay, so your app look will be very native iOS application. So yeah, let's start with downloading Xcode, and you don't need to worry about any other tools. Xcode comes with everything inside it, but yeah, you can have this all too. You need to separately download this. Okay, You can click on learn more. Let me show you. So icon composer, you can see we can modify different moods and appearances, and right now you will see some of the application in the iPhone will looks like this with the dynamic lightning effect. Okay, so you need to download this, and it requires the later version or Mac OS 15.3 as a minimum. Okay, so let's download this as well, and SF symbol as well. Okay, so SF symbol 7 you can download, and you can create your own symbols as well and add different type of lightning and gradient effects. Okay, so these are just for the icons and the app icon that we see as a on the home screen of iPhone. So you need to go to App Store in MacBook. If you have MacBook, you can go to App Store, and obviously you need to start develop iOS development on MacBook as well. There is no other choice you can do. Even other choices like you can use a virtual machine or a cloud Mac. So yeah, but for that you need to spend some money, but I don't believe that will be much costly. And here you can search Xcode. So just click on this one, and with the Xcode it will also download the simulator, or later on it will ask you to download it. Okay, so it is successfully installed, and we will be going to open it. And one more thing, like if I sound like slow, you can increase the playback speed to 125 or 1.25x. Okay, so based on your learning speed. Okay, and it is successfully launched. It is so current version is 26.2. So this is the first screen of our Xcode IDE, where it asks to create a new project or clone from Git repository, or you can open your existing project. Okay, and one more thing I would like to mention here, like in future if Xcode change to something else, like they will move this button to somewhere else or some UI changes, so don't worry about that. Okay, it's been 5 years I am seeing Xcode, and they have changed a lot. So earlier the buttons were somewhere here, and like the placement and arrangement of buttons will change, but the major concept and core concept of Xcode will never change. Okay, you can Google it, where is this button goes, or in the help as well you can ask where is my build button, where is my settings and all that. Okay, so Xcode also provide you all these things. So one more thing, in the beginning you need to open settings, go to settings, and here click on components and download this iOS, because we are developing right now application for iOS. And later on if you want watchOS, tvOS, visionOS, you can install them as well. Okay, so let's install this iOS 26.2. And once it is done, I will go through everything from scratch. What are these setting feature, what are these options at the top you can see, and what are different other things in Xcode. And one more thing I would like to mention here, as you can see I am downloading iOS 26.2 simulators, and 26.1 simulator is already installed. So another 8 GB, and this 8 GB will completely 16 GB. So what you can do, if you don't want the oldest version, you can click on this I button and click on delete. Okay, so this is how you can save some space on your MacBook. Okay, and yeah, it will take some time, and after that it will be deleted. So once it is installed, you can see iOS 26.2 and the earlier version will be automatically deleted. Okay, so even though, let's say, if there is a requirement you want to install a specific iOS version, so you can click on this add platforms and you can download any other simulators or any other platforms that you want to test. Okay, mainly like people don't use all the simulators because it require more space, and yeah, if you have 1 TB of space in your Mac, you can download easily. There is no issues in that. But yeah, if you are developing, use the latest one, and you can use some 17 or 16 for the older version. Okay. So here you can download if you want the other versions of iOS or any other OS. And if you want watch OS, TV OS, Vision OS, you can download from here. And on this screen, so if I want to recall it, like we click on this Xcode and then we go to settings, and after settings we uh, got to know this screen open. Okay, and on this screen we go to components tab, and in this components tab you here you can basically manage all the platform supports, or if you want to add other frameworks. So Apple has other frameworks like Metal Toolchain. So using this Metal Toolchain you can basically build applications for 3D and GPU processing application that takes more GPU, UI or 3D things. Okay, so this is a separate framework, and I hope once you are done with this course, if you want, you can go with this Metal Toolchain. It's just a easy documentation over there. Okay, so don't need to go into this Metal Toolchain. It is also a framework just like 3D.js if you say in website development, so you can play around with the GPU and all that. Okay, so I believe we are done on this page, and this predictive code compilation model is basically auto completion code. Like when you are writing some code, it will suggest you something based on your code, or it will auto improve it or suggest you. So this is already provided by Xcode. Okay, so yeah, this is also very good, and if you want to turn off, you can turn off from here. Okay, now let's start the Xcode tour. Okay, and you can see we have downloaded this iOS uh, simulator, basically this platform support. So how we can run this simulator? So you have terminal, or if you don't have, if you go to applications like this, search here, yeah, you can see terminal is over here. Click on this, and after this you have to run a command over here. So there are various command, that is Xcode and simulator you can use, but mostly people use UI to deal all with that. But in some cases, like where you are dealing with some scripts, then you want to run it or automate, then you need to know some commands. Okay, so one of the command is xrun simulator command line tool and list devices. Using this command we can see devices which is available for our system. You can see these all are devices available. Okay, and if you want to open the simulator, you have to run the command open -a simulator. So you can see it open the simulator, and by default it will open iPhone 16e. But if you don't want, you can hold on this one, and also you can move this to this dock. Okay, so it will not go from here and you can easily use it next time. So let's say I don't want this 16e, I will close it out and I will hold on this one. Okay, go to device and you can choose whatever variant you have installed. Okay, so I will go with iPhone 17 and it will take some time and after that it will launch. Okay, you can close the terminal and there are various other commands like stopping, uninstalling the app, or you can say opening a specific device, or deleting the device, booting the device, shut down the device. So these are commands there in the Xcode, but majorly you don't need to know, you can easily Google it or chat GPT. Okay, but for now you should know, like if you are doing something automation kind of thing, you can use these commands in your script. Apart from that, generally people use only UI stuff to control all this thing. Okay, so we have successfully launched our simulator, as you can see. And before going on simulator part, okay, so it's like a real iPhone simulator emulation on your screen right now, and you can play around with it. So initially for the first time it will kind of lag, but once it is loaded fully, then it will run smooth. Okay, so let's give this some time. Okay, so now let's go to everything what we have on this top bar on the Xcode. Okay, so let me close this and just click on Xcode, and this is our first screen. Okay, and on this first screen I have already told you can check the Xcode version and your recent projects over here. And if you want to create new project or clone a repository from the GitHub, and yeah, you can open your existing project if it exists in your system somewhere. Okay, so the first one is this Apple icon. So on this Apple icon, this is basically your machine settings, like you can shut down or open App Store system settings. And you can also check your Mac. Okay, what is the version of your Mac? So the Mac which I am using is this one, MacBook Air. It's not very efficient, that's why I'm using this very old machine, MacBook Air M2 and 8 GB. So still it can build some apps. Okay, and if you go to Xcode, the first item of this, or you can say the first option, is about Xcode. So on this about Xcode, you can again check the acknowledgement, license agreements, and the version, and this build version as well. So you can compare with your colleagues if something is running on their system and it's not working in your Xcode system. So yeah, sometimes it is useful. And what about this Xcode extension, the second option that you have seen? Okay, so it will open this app store basically. So here you can see we have various extension. So extension is basically just like a VS Code extension where you can improve your coding experience, like you can add the prettier formatter, okay, and other tool sets whatever they have provided. Let's say if you are working on an application that has Chinese language, so even for that you can use this language translator. So these are basically extensions you can use, but I believe like right now it is not much useful because Xcode already provide you lots of thing in it. Okay, so yeah, you can install this extension if you want. So yeah, this is one of the option. And if we go to the next one, that is settings. So settings we have already opened over here, and we have seen this component one. Let's start with the first one, that is general. So in the general one, let me okay, yeah, it is not taking the full screen, not an issue, because this is a window basically. Okay, that's why it is not giving you to maximize it. Yeah, that's not an issue. And here you can, in the general tab, you can see appearance. You can change your the theme. Okay, dark theme, light theme. So I prefer dark theme, and based on your experience or based on your desire, you can set whatever you prefer. Okay, and navigation and files. Okay, so navigation and file means like when you are working on a Xcode project and you are doing some stuffs. So what could be the navigation and file will look like, what is the size of the file. Okay, that font will be written on the Xcode. Okay, so all this you can control from here, and majorly like people don't change anything over here, let it keep it default. And in the issues you can see like it will show you live issues when you are building your project, and if your build got some errors, it will cancel all the active and scheduled build tasks. Okay, so yeah, it is also a great thing, so you don't need to off all this option. Okay, it is a best practice to turn this on so you can see the issue and fix it and then again build it. And this test parallelization is because of the testing. If you are testing on your Mac or testing on simulator, so it will control, like you can run your unit test and it will parallelize it, run on the system. So it will consume more system resources because there will be parallel operations and threads will be running on for the testing, or if you are performing some other test in the simulator as well. So make sure you keep it automatic. Okay, so based on your needs, it will provide you enough resources and handle the memory efficiently. Okay, so I mean you can control things from here, but majorly on this general part people don't change anything because all the default settings are necessary. Okay, as a good practice. But one thing you can change is this appearance only. Okay, based on your preference. And the one of the very important thing, this Apple accounts. So in this Apple accounts, if you're already having Apple account, it will show you like this. Okay, and Apple account, I know you can create it easily if you go to Google and sign up. These are basic stuff, so I am not going to show you the demo how to create an account on Apple. You can easily create that. Okay, that is a very basic stuff. But on this Xcode, if you want to add an Apple account, let's say you are working in a company or working in your client project, so there might be some different accounts you have to use that your company provide or for your personal uses. So you have to sign in with your account, and then you will get all options. Okay, so all options mean like just like Apple Pro gives you Apple developer program in $99 per year. But let's say if you don't have that program, then some of the features you cannot use. Okay, just like sign in with Apple, so these kind of stuffs you cannot use in your application. So but if your client provided you a Apple developer account, so you can log in, and yeah, just here you can connect your Apple accounts, that's it. Okay, and if you click on this, you can see what is your team name, and you can manage the team and all that. Okay, So on intelligence tab, you can see this is the coding intelligence that is already turned on. That is predictive code compilation model that Xcode already provides you. Okay, but still, let's say if you want to use different other models like Cloud or ChatGPT, or if you have other models, so you can see like you can add your host and API key header. Let's say you have different Gemini or DeepSeek or any other models, you can add it over here, or if you have locally running on your system, you can add from here as well. Okay, so as you already know, like right now in this AI era, everybody is using the models for coding like Cursor, IBM Bob, or other stuff. So just like that, it will be not very good for Xcode. Like for coding, you will go to Cursor and build iOS project on that one. Okay, so that's why Xcode is also not. So that's why I believe Xcode is also competing with them. So you won't go from this ID. You don't need to go from this ID to Cursor or VS Code or GitHub Copilot. Okay, you can integrate your models over here and you can play around all with all that. So this is basically intelligence. And the behaviors is basically like actions, or you can say a script. So just like when we are building a iOS application, so there will be 3 actions will be performed. Okay, in their terms it is called behavior. So it's just like a scripts. So this is one of the thing, like when build start, what action you want to add on. So if you want to play some sound if the build is start, or you want to announce it, or you can add some your custom script. Okay, so you can add it over here. So you can do that as well, but right now I don't want to do anything. Okay, so I will delete it, because by default whatever written here is the standard thing. Okay, but it's still, let's say if you want to notify someone on Slack, or send some notification or other stuff, or you want to automate everything, you can play around with this behaviors and do whatever you want to do. Okay, so this is build, and same you can add for testing. So by default you can see when there is some build failure in the build process, so what it will do, it will notify Bezel or system notification. Okay, so these are the stuffs, and if there is any error, it is adding a navigator. So navigator means it will navigate to the issues screen. Okay, so there are different screens you can see. Let's say if there is any error coming up, so where we usually want to go, we will go to issues, right? So that is already written and defined in the behavior. But if you want to add other stuffs as well, so you can do that as well. Okay, you want to bounce Xcode doc icon like when this jumps up, or you want to navigate somewhere. Okay, you can do that as well. So yeah, these are the behavior stuffs you can add and automate your things based on these actions what they have provided. So for core ML playgrounds file, for when you are searching or when something is running on, so on this all actions you can add your own behaviors. And the fifth tab is navigation. So in navigation basically means the navigation on your Xcode, like where is the editor tab and where is the editor pins. Okay, and the pin editor tabs. So all this is here and you can customize it accordingly. Like if you click on code with an option, it will show the quick help, but if you want to add something else, you can do that as well. Okay, and with command, if you click on code, it will jump to the definition. So this is basically like when something is written on the code, and on the code itself, if you press option and click, it will show you the help on that basically code. And if you click on the function, it will go to the function definition. Okay, so this is what it's written over here in the navigations. And other stuffs you can also add, and if you want to use window tabs and full screen, you can turn on, and animate open quickly with multiple editor panes. So yeah, you can add that as well. So by default it is already turned on, and if you want you can turn off as well. But yeah, this looks good, so don't need to change anything over here as well. But as per your knowledge, like what features we have in Xcode, you should know. Like from here we can customize our navigation experience in our Xcode IDE. Okay. So Xcode notification is basically like something, if you are running a build, it will lock, or you can see from desktop on this right side, it will show you some notifications like your build failed, your build got successful, and or your build is running. So that kind of notification you can see on this, basically on this side over here. Okay. But what I believe, like it's not necessary, like, and mostly people don't use, because everything we are doing on the ID and we are seeing that, so it's not necessary to use notifications. Okay. And themes one is again the customizing thing, like you can change your preference, or you can set the color scheme. Like this one, this is how your code will look like, the function strings and the project names and etc. But I default dark or classic dark, no. Yeah, I like this one, presentation dark, so I will keep at as this, and on the console it will show like this. So you can see like what would be the cursor color or the selection color. You can customize it and play around with it accordingly, and you can basically change the font on your code, font family, and the color as well, and the line spacing, the vertical bar cursor, and all that. Editor background will be this color, a little black or something, and the cursor color and invisibility. So yeah, this all thing you can customize it in the themes. And in the editing one, how your display will look like when you are playing on the code, what would be the line numbers will be shown up, and the code folding ribbon will be shown up, or mark separators. So whatever present already here is kind of a standard, is good to go as a beginner. But if you want to turn on something, you can turn on as well. But yeah, this editing part is basically when you are coding on Xcode IDE, or you are working on a project, and how it will look like, what option it will show at that time, you can customize all from here. Okay. And this is default text encoding, and yeah, by the way, it is Unicode universally. Okay. And line endings will be Mac OS, classic Mac OS, or Windows. So we prefer Mac OS only. And if you are converting some files, the extension, it will be automatically saved, or it should ask you. So in my opinion, it should ask you like, are you really want to change the Swift file to .c or a .m Objective C file? So yeah, this is how you will be alerted, and the changes you are making, you have to be sure. Okay. And when you are editing your code, it will trim trailing white spaces, so I will keep it turned on. Yes, it will won't keep the white spaces, and trim white spaces only lines, it is turned off, because we want every line of code it will perform this trailing white spaces. Okay, it will trim that. And localize string is that as well, like so let's say if you added something on your code and if you want to use that same function, so you don't need to type, it will automatically show using this predictive code completion model. So yeah, that is a good thing, and it should also turn on, so you don't need to keep on typing the big long variable name. Okay, it will automatically suggest you. And these are shortcuts, like you, if you want to open Xcode, if you want to open settings and new project, new target, add a file, create a file. Okay, so all those keyboard shortcuts is given over here. You can go around and play with it, but yeah, mostly you don't need to remember it all. Once you are coding things, you can learn all this. Okay, I mean, based on your needs, you can, yeah, you can run these commands and see the actions. Okay, but usually people just use the UI mostly, so yeah, don't need to remember this, but some of the keyboard shortcuts I will give you while we are coding on a project. Okay, and this source control is basically your GitHub management. So just like VS Code provide you GitHub extension, so you manage all the commits and pull requests and all that. The same you can do from here. You can enable source control. You can add your GitHub account by just clicking on this GitHub account, and there are different source code providers, source control providers they have added, like GitLab, Bitbucket, or GitHub, or GitHub Enterprises. So mostly in companies there is GitHub Enterprises, but if you are working on your project or if you're working on your account, personal account, GitHub account, you can use this. Okay, just click on continue, add your account, enter your token, and this token you can create on GitHub. Okay, so if you click on this create a GitHub token, it will go to your GitHub account and you will get the token. Okay, so it's a very easy stuff, so yeah, you can get that. And account will be your username basically, or your email address, so you can enter that. So yeah, these are all are the GitHub customizations, like refresh local stuffs, fetch and refresh servers automatically, or add and remove files, so source control changes. So all this you can customize it. And on the components part we have already covered, and this locations is one of the also good thing. Like sometimes we don't know where our Xcode file is going on, where is build cache is going on, and where is our code basically in our file system, or you can say in the finder. So you can check all the location. Let's say this derived data, you can see all this derived data is over here. And mostly like derived data is something like is compilation and cache thing, so you can delete this derived data to save your space of your system. But yeah, if you are working on a project continuously, you don't need to delete this derived data. But in some cases, let's say if you added a framework but the error is still persisting, then in that case you can delete the derived data and rebuild your app. Okay, and on the archives, like let's say if you are creating archive of a particular project, you will find it in the archives. Okay, and this is a compilation cache. This is a code compilation basically. Okay, so yeah, you can open this as well. If it is there, it will open, and this is one of the Xcode. It is on the applications. So yeah, And if you want to add more other extra locations that you are using, you can simply click on this plus and give it a name, give it a path, just like this one, the Mac path, and you can use it. Okay, but yeah, mostly in all cases we don't play around with this, but you can add the custom path, like where is the simulators, or you want to delete some simulators, or you want to add simulators. There is a simulator path as well that you will find under so this is the build location, and this is always unique. Okay, so if I click on this, actually we have deleted it, so it is not opening, but you can go to library developer and you will find Xcode and then simulator stuff and all that. Okay, so I hope we have covered this settings part altogether, what we have in the settings and what you can do with it. So let's close this now, and let's close this as well. So in the Xcode we have completed the settings, behaviors. Okay, and behavior is same what we have already discussed in the settings. So, and this developer tools, so we have the various developer tools like instruments. So on the instruments you can see like how my app is performing, what is the performance of our app. Let's say if there is a memory leak, or if there is something very resource extensive thing, so you can easily see in the instruments on which part of the code it is taking very heavy RAM or memory. You can see it in instruments and easily optimize your code. Okay, so instrument basically used for that, and simulator we have already seen for emulating the real, not real, basically emulating the iPhone and various other Apple platforms. Okay, and by default icon composer is already provided you by Xcode when you install the latest Xcode. So using this icon composer you can basically customize, okay, or you can create your new. If you click on this new, you can create your new metallic and the class icon, so based on the dark theme, light theme. So on this icon composer, if you have already running project or running icon, you can open it, or otherwise if you click on this file, click on it, you can create your new icon for your applications. So basically this, so it will give you a little, you can see lighting effect on the corners. So you can customize for this one. Okay, now what your output will look like, and the iOS and macOS and dark and mono theme, you can play around with this. Okay, so yeah, light theme and what angle the light you want to add on, and what would be the pixel of your icon, and it will always be 1024 pixel. You can zoom and do some steps. Okay, and you can add over here the icon or other thing stuffs that we will be going on in few minutes. So yeah, let's once complete this Xcode tour and we will be going on. Okay, so on the developer tool, this is for icon composer is used for, and this reality composer pro is basically the augmented reality application, or if you are developing something for 3D or AR application, you can use this reality composer pro for creating that. And this accessibility inspector is like on the UI elements. If you want to check, if I click on this, And if I click on this one, you can see it is showing me what this is. This is a agent's images. Okay, and this is a cross close button. This is element of device. Okay, this is a play button. So whatever, it's just like inspect in the website you see when you click on the accessibility inspector, and it will show you the HTML information and properties, same like over here. Okay, using this accessibility inspector on the application, you can check what are the things over there. Okay, what is the property of that particular element right now. So yeah, you can do that, and if you want to stop it, just close this. So this is accessibility inspector, and file merge is like just file comparison. So if you have some conflict in your code, or if you want to compare some files, okay, or the folder, you can compare them easily. Okay, so you can add the left side, and after adding left side, just add the right side and just click on compare. It will start comparing. Okay, so this is one of the feature Xcode provides you, and mostly if you have heard about beyond compare, that is the one of the tool that most Windows users uses for comparing the binaries and all that. So in the same way, like file merge can also do that. And this create ML is also a different, you can see a project or the different thing to learn in the iOS development, but it is also a cool thing. So using create ML, you can train your model, you can create a model. Okay, just like if you give some cat images, and you don't need to write any code in the create ML. It if I let me show you, if I can go to Google and search this create ML. Okay, so if I go to this create ML, you will see how it will look like. So I'm not going to cover right now this one, but I just want to tell you this is one of the cool thing that Xcode or Apple provide us. You can train your tomatoes data, and once it is trained, it will output a dot model file, and using that dot model file you can use in your any project of iOS or application. Okay, and one of the cool thing is that of this create ML is it is a offline model, so you don't need any internet to work with this model. It will work without any internet. So one of the cool feature of that. So yeah, you can create your ML, you can train the data, and after training it, you can use it in your applications. Okay. So this is the create ML in the open developer tool, and there are other developer tools. You can check if you click on the URL, it will take you a web page basically. But if you go to services now, in the services we have activity monitor, file activity. It is basically all development stuff, how your app is running and performing. So all that you can perform over here. So it is a extension you can see of instrument, and these all icons are same. So they have provided you a shortcut, you can open it from here as well. Okay, and this is basically the window control stuff, hiding Xcode, hide other window, or the quit Xcode. So quit Xcode will completely close Xcode. So yeah, we have covered this part. Now go to the file. So on the file one, we can create new project, open new file, and do all the stuff that is required for a file system. You can create a playground, you can create a project, you can create a Swift package, so you can publish it on a Cocoa, Touch, or okay, just like Maven or NPM, and or you can use it on your own system as a SDK, and you can create a workspace, and these are group and all that. Okay, And if you want, let's say if we have already created a project, and there are options to add your files or add a dependency or open it or open a recent project. Okay, closing the window, closing and saving and all the details, these are all stuffs is there. If you want to print as well, you can print it, and if you want to save the workspace, you can save it. So here is the packages as well. So on this packages, let's say if you are using some if I take an example of Razorpay packages for your iOS application, you can update it just clicking on this one. It will update Razorpay package versions and all the dependency automatically in your code. Okay, just like npm install, it will npm update basically. So yeah, on the edit stuff, there is editor stuff, like if you want to read out the code, if you want to check the password fill code, emoji symbols, okay, and the format, sorting, copy pasting, and in the view you can control all the views of the Xcode window, like if you want to focus on editor pan, next item, previous item. Okay, so yeah, you can do that as well. And on the quick action navigators, like if you want to go to the project or source control or bookmarks, find issues, so this is one of the important thing to notice. Like if you go to web and navigators, you can check what are the different other things in Xcode we can go through. Like if you want to see where is the issue window, you can just click on this one or press command 5 and command 6 for test. So based on your, when you are grinding on this Xcode, you will got to learn all this shortcuts. Okay, debug area, basically like when you are debugging your code, and inspector is the left tab where you will see the properties. Okay, so once we will create the project, you will got to know, but I just want to give a tour, like all the things is provided which you can control the view. Okay, and on the find, you can find for string files or package dependency and all that stuff. You can do that, and if you want to replace something, you can replace it, just like in the VS Code we have search, universal search. So there you perform all that action, you can perform them as well from here. And in the navigate, you can control the navigations, like review in project navigator or jump to selection, jump to definition, okay, or jump to next issue. So these are thing navigation you can do. And in editor, you can lay out your editor, where will be the code and where will be the top. So yeah, you can do that as well. And in the product is one of the important thing as well. Here you are, so product is one of the important part, like where you are running your project by running command or pressing command or on keyboard, or you can perform that from over here as well. And if you want to archive it, or if you want to clean the build folder, if you want to stop it or clear all issues, okay, so all these steps you can perform and we will be going through, don't worry. But yeah, from product you can control all the things, like for building and managing the binaries and compilations. Okay, if you want to profile it, if you want to perform actions, you can do that as well. Okay, and on the debug, let's say if you added some breakpoints in your code, you can do the step in, step out, step over. Okay, so this is how you will continue your code and debug in your code as well. Okay, and if you want to open console or reload console or copy values, you can do that from here. And from here, if you want to add any other processes that you want to add, you can do that. And yeah, other steps like simulating background fetch, simulate location. So let's say if you want to move from particular location to different location, but you cannot move from your laptop. Okay, so you can simulate it. And yeah, this is one of the metal framework. If you want to capture GPU workload, you can do that. And if you want to take the UI snapshot of the simulate, you can click on this one. Okay, and this is store kit is basically like if you are including in your app subscription, okay, Apple subscription, Apple Pay, so you can approve, refund, and perform all those operations. It will not be officially, but yeah, it will be give you like how in the real, when user will subscribe on your application, how things will be going to happen and calling the APIs. So this is store kit will be used for that. And for the game kit, if you are developing some application, you can manage the game progress. Okay, and in the integrate is basically all the GitHub stuff like pushing, fetching, cloning, or creating the Xcode workflow, and pull, push, commit. So all those GitHub stuffs, you can do that from here. And in the window, you can see how many window we have already open over here. And if you want to resize or center it, or if you want to show the touch bar or bring all to front, you can do that as well. Okay, so these are the recent window we have opened. And in the help one, you can go to developer documentation, guidelines, or what the next steps. So these are basically simple um, things in the Xcode if you need any help for the community or if you want to check any updates. But one of the good one, if we use here, this show keyboard hints. Okay, so if some of the things if you don't know on Xcode, you can just press this option, command, and question mark. Okay, so with that the Xcode will show you what is basically this means, okay, in your code. And if you want to open directly the documentation for that selected item, you can press control, command, question mark. Okay, so yeah, we will use these all keyboard shortcuts, and I hope on the top bar, on this nav bar, you got to know everything what we have right now, and in your mind it is clear. Now let's start with creating our first project. So first project, you can create it from here, file, new, and click on this project. But if you don't want the official one, you can this welcome window, you can click on this create new project, and it will ask you what is your project. So there are various other platforms we have given here: framework, library, stickers, iMessage, okay, icons, game, app playground, augmented reality, okay, reality composer pro that we have talked about, or vision OS, or watch OS, TV OS, Mac OS, and other stuffs. If you want to build application for, you can create it, but right now we are learning only iOS. Okay, and why it is very important? Because once you have learned this iOS stuff, and once you are good with this one, the other platforms you can easily learn it. It's just some documentation step away, but yeah, it will be really easy after that if you learn any one platform development in Xcode. Okay, so just click on this app. We are developing an app, nothing else. Clicking on next, give it a product name. Okay, so product name is basically whatever will be your application name, you can give it. I will give it iOS dev. Okay, and you can select the team. So let's say if you have different team in your Xcode, let's say if you're working for your client project, your freelancing project, your office project, so you can create the project on which team you want, and we have to be make sure. And by default I will use my personal team, and here is the organization identifier. So organization identifier is basically like when you are deploying your app on the app store, there will be very unique organization identifier, so that you have not a copyright binaries, or you can say identifier. So this will be also a unique identifier name, so I will give it iOS dev. And don't worry about this, because this can be changed anytime. Okay, if you find while deploying application on App Store that it is already available and used by someone else, you can come to Xcode and change it. Okay, so don't need to worry. For right now we will use this. And this is one of the important thing, like you are using interface storyboard or Swift UI. So this difference I have already provided you. In the storyboard, you basically drag and drop things on the mobile simulator, not on mobile simulator, because basically a mobile canvas, and you control things how it will look like. But on the Swift UI, you basically code and describe how your UI will be look like. Okay, so this is one of the interface you can choose. And right now I will just wanted to show you a small thing of story, because mostly legacy application uses storyboard, and it is a mix of Swift UI as well. So as a developer, if you're going to work on any legacy project in your company or anywhere, or it's my duty to give you all in this course, so you don't need to worry about anything. You will be confidently say, yes, I can now become iOS developer and I can start building any kind of applications. And if there is already existing application, I can work and debug in that as well. Okay, so storyboard is now, you can say, it is not deprecated, but it is not recommended by Apple, but still I will first create with this one, and after that we will start learning with Swift. Okay, and here is the language. So language, you can use Swift or Objective-C, but nobody is using Objective-C. You need to write 10 lines of code, and where in Swift you have to write just 2 lines of code. Okay, so it is a very basic and common sense to use Swift language right now. But if, let's say, if you are developing some legacy thing or legacy framework, then you have to go with Objective-C. And this is a testing system. So Xcode by default provide you XC test for unit and UI test, and Swift testing for XC test and UI test. Okay, so these two testing system you can use for your code, but I will select none for now. And this is the storage. Okay, so where your code data will be stored. So by default it is a code data, and we will use this as well. Okay, and we don't want to store any or of our code in any CloudKit or anything, so just keep it unchecked. Okay, and now click on next, and here it will ask you like where you want to create your application. So I will give it a name, tutorial. Okay, and just create a folder, and in this folder I will create a project, and here it is a source control, so it will create a git repository on your Mac. Okay, if you don't want it, you can uncheck, but I want it, so I will click on this check. Okay, just create it. So you can see it is created, and once it is done, this is, if I maximize it from here, this is the first screen that this Xcode will show you. Okay, and one by one we will go through everything what we are seeing right now over here. Okay, so, and while creating our project, I just want to explain you one more thing. Like when we are selecting storyboard, in the storage we are seeing code data only. Okay, and this storage is just like file system. So if you are doing anything in application, just like saving some theme configuration or some you can say SQL Lite database. So all those things will be stored in the core data, and how to work with the core data you will get to know. But I just want to tell you, like, this is one of the thing is you can control. And this host in CloudKit is basically, it will not store, I mean, it will create a replica of your application into a server. Okay, so it's like a iCloud. So whatever changes you will be doing in your application, saving something, it will be stored in your Apple device locally. Okay, as well as it will be sync with the iCloud on the CloudKit. Okay, so your data will not be go anywhere, it will not be lost even if you uninstall your um, app. Okay, but right now we already have our backend system, the backend team or the API uh, team will do that for you. But even though if you want to use, you can use core data in the storyboard. But if I select Swift UI, then there will be another option, Swift data. Okay, so don't be confused about it, in because this Swift UI uses core data, Swift data as well. And in the Swift UI you can host on the CloudKit as well. But if you choose storyboard only uses core data, and storyboard only uses UIKit. Okay, so keep in mind what is the difference, and based on that you are creating your project. Okay, and don't worry about all the things. If you have done selected on, you can easily change it anytime, or you can mix interfaces, like some of the code in the storyboard, some of the Swift UI, so you can do that as well. It is quite complex, but yeah, you can do that. Okay, but right now I will cancel this and the project that we have created. Let's focus on this one, and let's go all over what we are seeing right now on the screen, what does it means. Okay, because I just want you to familiarize with the Xcode IDE first. Once you are familiarized with what I am going to do, what I am seeing right now, what is this button means over here, once you are confident on that one, you will automatically writing code with the full confidence. Okay, so let's start now. So let's start Xcode Tour from the top left corner, and I have already briefed you about on the navigation tab at the top. Okay, so here you can see this icon, which is navigators. So from here you can close and open navigators. That means the navigation of the files, or basically you can collapse this sidebar by clicking just on this button, 3 lines. Okay, the menu bar kind of thing, and right in the right you can see there is a code intelligence setup. So just like VS Code or any other IDE, if you want to code with any other AI models, just like ChatGPT, Cloud, okay, so you can set up, and once you are setting up you will get an option to, if you want to use Cloud or ChatGPT, or if any other model provider, you need to add the URL, API key, and so on. Okay, so for now let's turn on ChatGPT. So I will turn on, and this is under limit because you need to uh, basically sign in if you want the full premium of this ChatGPT model. Okay, so it will just like the, if you are using ChatGPT on internet without any sign in. Okay, so here you can do the conversation, you can ask, or you can do the reasoning, you can play around with this. So these are AI stuff. Okay, and here it will be your conversations, and you can select the models over here. So I will close this now, coding assistant, and let's move to navigators. And on the navigators, if you click on this arrow, it will expand this file system. Okay, so over here you are seeing this stop icon. So this is basically if you are running your application on simulator or any other Apple platform, as you can see over here, whatever destination it is, it will work. So you can click on this play button to start your build, but right now let's cover what we have so far, and then we will start. Click on this play button. Okay, so here you can see this is a folder system. So in this folder system you can see what are my files, but here you are not seeing the extension. I mean to say, like, let's say if you want to change this file main to something else, okay, you want to rename it, so you have to click on this, and once you click on this, just click once again and you will see the extension. The file extension of this is storyboard. Why? Because we have changes the interface while creating the project as storyboard. Okay, same as launch screen, main screen. Okay, so I'm not going into the code what this file means and what it consists of. I am just giving a Xcode tour right now, so you will be aware what the buttons and the UI stuffs we have in this IDE. Okay, so here you can see there are multiple navigators. So if you want to see your GitHub changes or what you have committed or uncommitted, you can see over here. So you can see this is one of my changes, and what are the unstaged and staged. So all that GitHub stuff you can see in the second tab. Okay, source control navigator, and this is bookmark. Okay, so bookmark is basically if you are working on a large code base and you are working on a specific side of code, then you can add your bookmark. Just click on this three dot and click on bookmark this project or bookmark new group, so you will be able to add it. Okay, and this is a universal search. If you want to search something, you can search from here. Okay, and after that if you want to search in package dependency or other dependency as well, you can search it. Okay, and the triangle one basically is the issues. If your build or if your program is having any kind of warnings or issues, it will show here. Okay, and this is the test cases. So if you are writing some code and if you are performing some test cases, then you can add your targets over here. So whatever will be the test plan, you can add it. And right now I'm not going to cover testing in this video, but yeah, later on we can do it. And this is the debug session. Let's say if you are attached some process to debug, you added some breakpoint, so whatever will be the session ongoing, you can see the details over here. And the last one is the breakpoints. Okay, so in your code, if you have added some breakpoints, it will show how many breakpoints available currently in your project and how many you have active breakpoints. Okay, so you can basically disable, enable and do all that. Okay, so and the last one is basically the build errors, or this is one of the cloud thing. So there is also one important thing, like Apple provide Xcode Cloud. So Xcode Cloud means you can automate your build process. So they will provide you a VM internally, and on that VM Mac OS machine will be running on. So whatever we will be clicking on this play button, or we are creating our archives, or we are promoting it, you can do the same on the cloud. Okay, so if you are doing on the cloud, what happen, you can automate with your CI/CD, just like just like if you push your code on GitHub, and once it is pushed on GitHub, your cloud will be automatically start building it, and if there is any error, it will aware you. Okay, it will warn you. It will and you can also automate. You can add some scripts to send a message on Slack or send an email if there is any error, or if it is successful also, then also you can send some messages. Okay, so this is one of the thing you can automate, but right now it cost you. Okay, so having a Xcode cloud will be costly because the reason is they are providing you a VM, so it is very costly. But with this Xcode cloud, you can do your testing, you can perform your automated system, so everything will be available for you. Okay, but this will cost you some dollars, like $49, $99 based on the compute hours. So we will not be using that, and in the many times it is not used in the companies as well. Company provides their own Mac OS VM, so people used to set up. But in some companies, if they want to automate it in the Xcode way, they will go with the Xcode cloud. Okay, and this is the local errors. So in the local errors we are seeing like yeah, so my identifier is not on the iOS development. So what it means, I will share you in few seconds. So just now we are aware of what this all navigators means and how we need to use them and what it means by that. And in the filters, you can set your filters, like if you want to see recent files, it will show you the recent file that we have recently accessed. Okay, and this one, if there is any filter result, want to search the file, if there is a long or very large code base, then you can search it. And from this plus icon over here, you can add your files or you can create your group. Okay, so group basically means this folder. Okay, so you can have a different MVVM code structure and pattern, and if you want to add a new Swift file or any other file you want to add, you can add it. So it will create automatic bridging based on the files. So your file will be attached to the Xcode project and available for the execution. Okay, now moving to this part over here. So let's close this sidebar. Okay, so after closing this sidebar, you can see we are still able to see this navigation. Even though if you want to close this sidebar over here, you can click on this icon, it will be closed. Okay, so now let's see what it means over here. So in every project, Xcode provide you what is the configuration of your info and the build settings. So what are the package dependency you are using, okay, and what is the base SDK and the other options, like what is the deployment target. Okay, so this is one of the minimum deployment target that we have set up, and for the signing and the search path and for the packaging what we are using. So all those configuration, what are the compilers we are using. Okay, so there is a GNU 70 compiler, and here is C++ language GNU 20. Okay, so these are the compilers that is used in C lang, and using this your Xcode or your iOS code will be compiled. Okay, and all the other information and settings for the compilers, and in some cases if you want to modify it, you can do it. And in the package dependency, you can see what are the other dependency that you have added. And over here on this one, okay, on this one you can see you can navigate to the files, or you can see what are the classes or function inside it. And here is the product. So product is the same this one, and if you want to go to any files, you can directly go from here, okay. And if you double tap on it, it will back to this, okay. So this is how basically you can do the navigation back and next, basically browser stuffs which previous screen I am on, and so you can do backward and forward. And from this square icon you can see the recently accessed files and local modified files that you have recently changed or added some code. And from here, if you click this plus button over here in this sidebar, okay, you can see you can add the more basically targets to your application. So before explaining what is target, let's see the Xcode jargons and concept that you need to know, because there are a lot jargons that I need to explain to you what it means and what it consists of. So first of all, I want to explain when you see a project. So project is the whole container, okay. Uh, you can assume a project is a container in which there are source code files, there is build settings, you can include framework and resources, that all under a project, okay. And under a project there will be targets, okay. And target can be one project can have multiple targets. And what it means by target, a target defines what Xcode builds and how it builds it, okay. What it means by that, it means by that let's say you have a beta app, okay, you have widgets in your app, you have unit tests, so you can create separate targets for it, okay. And every separate target has own build id, okay, has own a unique identifier. Why? Because this is one of the Apple requirements. Because let's say you created an app, and in your app you are providing messages kit as well, you are providing an extension, widget extension as well. So your app will be different, your widgets will be different, okay, but they are part of the one project, okay. So this is what it means. Let's say if I talk about Telegram, okay, Telegram has their own iOS app, there has widget extension, there is a message kit, iMessages. So you can see there are multiple targets in their app as well, okay. And a separate app or component. So now one of your question in your mind, like when we create a target, so you create a target when you want to create a component or a separate app, okay, then you have to use a new target. Why you need to create a separate app? Because there are multiple flavors in your app, just like debug version or beta version, okay, pre-prod or something like that. So in that scenario you will be creating different targets, okay. Now there are other jargons as well that you need to know. So let's go and see. So let's start with project. Okay. So this is kind of a theory concept and I want you to know. Okay. So let's start the theory. So project is basically the main container that organizes your app, code and settings. And in the project it consists of source files, one or more targets, and the build settings and the framework libraries references. And what project does not do, a project itself does not build or run, you have to build the project, okay. And it does not produce an app. So your project is not produce an app, your target basically produce an app, okay. So keep in mind. And if you talk about what is the extension of a project, so there is a .xcode proj. This is the extension and the file type in which all the things defined it. So if I show you my Xcode and right click on it, you can see there is a iOS dev.xcode project. So this is the project extension and the file type. Okay, and inside it everything configuration it consists of. If we delete this file from our project, it will not be gonna open in Xcode. Okay, and after that there is one more jargon, that is workspace. So workspace, it means a group of multiple projects together. So let's say in your company or in your freelance project there is a multiple projects you are working on. So in that scenario developer create their own workspace, and in that workspace there will be multiple projects. Okay, so when you are using it apps with multiple modules, okay, there will be multiple modules, then you have to use a workspace. Or if there is Cocoa Pods or Swift package manager dependency you are using, and there is something large or modular architectures, then you will be using a workspace. Okay, and why it exists? Because it allow projects to reference each other, enable cross project builds, and the file type is .xe workspace. Okay, and one of the important thing, like if a workspace exit, you should open the workspace, not the project. So this is one of the very important thing, like when you create a workspace, then you have to open a workspace, because in that workspace there will be projects. Okay, so keep in mind when you have to open workspace and when you have to open project. Now target defines what is built and how it is built. Okay, so every target like explain exactly one product. If it is a app extension, if it is a iOS app, watch app, test bundles, framework. Okay, so this is the all they output and produce, and how it will be gonna build and what is going to be built, that is defined under target. Okay, and each target has its own bundle identifier, own app icon, own info playlist, and own build settings and own capabilities. Okay, capabilities means like push notification, background modes, background mode, live tracking. So these kind of thing you can add the capabilities. And this info playlist is basically in which it consists of some metadata. It means the permissions, or if you are using any specific API or libraries, you will be defined under info.ps file. Okay, so the key rule for target is one project can have many targets. Okay, and there is one more thing, scheme. So scheme means it controls how a target is built and run. So scheme basically controls this target. Okay, so you target, you're just seeing this now, and how uh, I mean what are the files it will be configured, what are the configuration. So that is defined under scheme. Okay, so in a scheme you will be seeing there is a debug release, or there is a production release. Okay, and in scheme you can define run, test, profile, analyze, archive. These are the actions you can define under schemes. And the relationship is like target defines what to build, and in scheme you will define how to build and run it. Okay, and one of the misunderstanding is creating a new scheme does not create a new app. Okay, creating a new target does. So that we have already discussed. So I hope you get these lines. Okay, and there is build configuration. So in the build configuration is named a collection of build settings. So in the build settings you can define the common configuration for debug, release, logging enabled, or optimization, or no debug symbols. So these kind of thing build settings you can do, and it exists in the project level and target level. And if something is written under target level, that will be overridden if it is not written in the project level. Okay, so target level is the main build settings. And yeah, these are the build configurations. And if I talk about build settings consist of the control, compilations and linking of the libraries. So what will be the shift version, what will be the deployment iOS version, okay, optimization level, code signing identity and search paths, etc. These are consist under build setting. So keep in mind, like, build configuration is a different thing and build setting is a different thing, okay. And a group is a virtual folder inside Xcode. So if I close this target, uh, you can see there is an option to create a group. So if we create a new group, in this group, basically you will be seeing the icon is little gray, okay. So gray means you can keep some files inside this group, and that file will be arranged the way you want to arrange inside it, okay. So it is a visual representation basically. And why group provides you, because you can easily arrange the code in your Xcode or in your file system, okay. But this is only for visual. It will be a visual representation, it is not a actual file in your file system, okay. So you can arrange your code using group, and that we will be going to see. And the folder is basically a physical folder, just like on the computer profile system. So this is blue folder icon. So the way this files exist under this iOS development, it the same exist under the this finder, Xcode finder, or the any other file system, okay. So if I want to explain, you can see I am not able to keep this at top or drag this down, okay. But if I create here a group, and in this group if I create some files, new empty file, let's say test Swift, okay, and let's create another file, group Swift, okay. Now you can see I am able to arrange it. You can see it is giving me option to how you want to organize this. So this is just a visual representation for your understanding, or if you as a developer, if you want to keep something at the top or you want to organize the file structure, then you can use this group. But in the folder there is no option to drag and drop up and position your files, okay. So in that scenario we use group. So let me delete this, we don't need this, off to trash. Okay, so I hope you understand group and folder. And you can see folder is basically a Xcode mirror disk structure exactly. And I can change, it is not yellow. I mean, it can be yellow, but sometimes it is, I can say, gray color, okay, that we have seen. And file is basically a simple thing, an individual source or resource file. And in iOS development there will be Swift files, storyboards, XML interface builder files, JSON files, plist files, okay. And there are other files as well that you can add, okay. So important concept is that a file can belong to 0, 1 or multiple targets, okay. So let's say we have these files, okay. And if you are creating a new target, then these files can also be available to those target if you want. You have to configure it, that we will be going to see in a few minutes, okay. Let's just complete these jargons. And the target membership is basically you can see the file or during the build. So this is the inspectors. If you click on this at the right top, you can see the inspector. So you can see this file belongs to which identity and where is the full path, okay. and what is the project format it belongs to. So these all things you can check over here, and what is it means, the UI layout guide and all that. So yeah, from this inspector you can see. So on the Xcode, I think we have covered this part, and we have covered this part as well. From this plus button you can create a new target, and from here you can collapse this, and from here you can collapse this one, and here we can navigate to the directories. Okay, same we can do from the here, we can switch to the targets if you don't want. And here is the build settings, package dependency, and the info file. Okay, so one thing, like here you can see it is showing us in the format like key value pair. Okay, but how it is written in the code, if you want to see, you can just click on this enable code review, and that will show you the file in the code format. Okay, so you can see this is how it is defined under code, all your changes and configurations that is by default created by Xcode when we create a new project. But once you click on this, it will show you the this format, all these configurations. Okay, so whatever configurations, let's say if I turn upside down, it will be added in the code as well. Okay, so if I search here upside down, command F, so you can see it is added. Okay, but reading these files is not very human readable thing. I mean, you can read it, but you cannot grasp all this 200-500 lines of code. Okay, so that's why they provide you this interface, so everything is arranged and automatically you can see all the things. Okay, so at the top over here, it is the okay, so where we are on the jargons one. So first let's complete this jargons theoretically, then we do the practical, otherwise I will be lost again. Okay, so target membership is basically the file inspector that you have seen over here. From here you can see the belongings and where it refers to, so all the things you can see, and you can avoid the duplicated code. Okay, and what is product? So product is the final output produced by a target. Okay, so let's say in your app there is a multiple targets for app, for frameworks, for extensions, for the test. Okay, so all other targets will produce different products. Okay, and these products appear in the products X group in Xcode. Okay, so this is one of the thing, and the bundle identifier is the bundle identity, and this is a global unique identifier for an app or a target. So there will be com dot your company name and your app name, and it should be unique per target and cannot be reused for any other apps. And it is used by Apple services and App Store to give your app a genuine identity and a unique identifier. Okay, that you are defining over here. Okay, so where it is, you can see here in the general, if you click on this, double tap on it, where it is going, yeah, so if you double tap on it, you will see here general. So in the general there is identity means how your app is going to be defined. So you can select the app category and the other display name. So display name is the name of your app that will be seen in the iPhone or watch OS. Okay, so that is the display name, and this bundle identifier. Okay, and what is the version, what is the build version, and if you want to see, it is available on your Xcode on your Apple developer. So I don't have Apple developer account right now, and you can see this is not available, but by default I think there is something written like org or something when you use React Native. So that is available, but yeah, you can still create your app. Okay, it's these signings are just for the when you are publishing your app on App Store. Okay, so this is bundle identifier and app icon. You all know the displayed on the device home screen in iPhone or other watchOS or visionOS or Apple platforms. And asset catalog is the file name is .xc assets, and it contains of app icons, images, colors, symbols means basically the icons or the font family. And it is also target specific. You can choose the target, which asset catalog or icon set to use. And how to create a basically asset catalog. So you can see over here there is a by default file assets. Okay, so in this asset file there is a asset color, there is a app icon, or even though if you want to add a new asset, you can click on this plus button at the bottom over here. Okay, and you can create the image set if you want to add some images in your applications, or if you want to add symbols, data sets, or if you have some augmented reality or 3D textures. Okay, and different other iOS icons like watchOS, TV, Vision. So these kind of thing you can add it, and you can add the folder as well to organize thing inside your assets. Okay, and this is not just one asset you can create in your application. You can click on this play button and click on the new empty file. No, not new empty file, sorry. And you can move it to trash. Just press delete. New file from template. So when you click on new file from template, there is a option. You can add the storyboard, view, empty file, or a launch screen. And there are the resources if you want to add, like info playlist file and other stuffs. Okay, for sticker, UIKit, etc. And there should be assets as well. So if I search asset, so you can see there is a in the resource there is a asset catalog. So if you add, it will create the same file as this one. Okay, I am so keep in mind I am just now explaining what are the things in the Xcode. Okay, I don't want you to do the practical. I want you to understand first, and then when we are developing the app, you will get to know why it is used and what it means. But as a developer, let me aware you all the things what we have in iOS development. Okay, so this is asset catalog, and after that info playlist file, a configuration file describing app behavior and permissions. So in this file, whatever the how the app will be behaving, what are the permissions for phone call, SMS, and etc. So it contains basically your display name, your app name, permissions for camera location, background mode, how your screen will be launched, so launch screen settings, and every per target it's has on info pillar. So okay, so if you define other targets, let's say we have here only one target, but if I create another target, for that also we will be going to have another info playlist. Okay, so this is the info playlist file, and you can see right now we have only these configurations. It's like a key value pair and a hierarchical way. Okay, but if you want to see in a code format, you can click on this enable code review icon and it will show you in the code format. Okay, and in the documentation sometimes you see you just have to add some lines over here. You can do that in that manner, or if you want to create by your own, you can just click on this plus icon and what you want to add for camera permissions, and there are many steps. Okay, so you can choose it and it will add a key value over there, and you can play around with the values. Okay, And here you can see this 4 lines over here. So if you click show editor only, it will show the editor only, and if you want to click on assistant, there will be assistant screen as well. Okay, and if you want to layout, you can layout as well. So this is not working just now, because if we go to code, yeah, so there you can see other options as well, like how you want to do the side by side comparisons, okay, of your code. Let's say if you written some code over here and if you have written some code over here, so you want to compare it, you can do side by side comparisons. um, so you can click show editor only. Okay, so it will show you editor, and you can play with the minimap. So minimap is over here. So in your code, if you want to go to the functions or the files, you can just open this minimap and navigate through all the functions and all the things. Okay, show editor only, and canvas. So this is the canvas, the entire thing, there is no effect. Okay, code coverage that you want to see, so it will be showing to you over here in this grayish line, and in the invisibles you can see the white spaces and the dots. Okay, so these spaces basically indicates the indentation. Mostly we do not use this for the white spaces, that is invisible. And this wrap lines is basically, let's say your window is smaller and that after this we are not seeing this line. Okay, so we need to uh, scroll this horizontally, but if you do this wrap lines, it will wrap like this and you can see all the function and lines. Okay, so based on, you can drag this and close this, and you can close this as well, and you can play around with all the things. Okay, so I use wrap lines, I don't use code coverage. And minimap, you can use it. Inline comparisons there is as well, so you can do line by line comparisons as well. Okay, so over here from this plus you can open a tab. Let's say if you want to open a new file or something, it's just like a browser system. So here it will be app delegate file, there is a new tab open, so you can open this iOS dev, so it is open over here. So this is just like a browser tabs. Okay, and over here if you want to pin this, it will be pinned, and you can pin out as well. Okay, pin means, let's say if you have different tabs, then the pinned one will be at the first. Okay, and editor pan on right, you can see this is the pan, it is created on the right. Okay, and the editor pan below, you can do that. So these kind of stuff you used to do when you have larger screens, then it is good to play with these all things. Okay, but right now you got it, what this button do, what this arrow icons is doing, converts the code. Okay, so let me double tap and back to general. Yeah, so this is one of the info plist file in which we will define things, and the capabilities is basically like in your app, if you want to add push notifications, iCloud app groups, then you have to add the capabilities in your app. So here you can see, if you go to your general targets and click on the sign in and capabilities, there is a option over here plus capability. Okay, so when you click on this, you can add these capabilities in your app. If your app support Bluetooth, then you have to add Bluetooth. If your app supports camera, contacts, permissions, health kit, home kit. So different other stuff that is in the iPhone. Sensor kit or speech recognition, VoIP, okay, SIM IP1, different other things. But these capabilities can only be added once you have a Apple developer membership. So that is $99. Okay, you need to take, and once you click on any of this, it will create an entitlement file, and that entitlement file you can change or you can define the keys inside it, okay, for push notification, background modes, iCloud app groups, and these capabilities are tied to the bundle IDs. Okay, so every target will have a unique capabilities, and not unique capability, but the bundle IDs will be referenced to all the capabilities. Okay, and extension is a small app that runs inside another app or a system area. So let's say you installed a Telegram app. So Telegram app provide you widgets, Telegram app provides you extensions. If you install Zomato, you can see the widgets, live tracking widget, or if there is a notification. So these kind of extension you can create. So where to create that? You click on this plus, you can see there is a application extensions. So if I want to create a messages kit, so I will search here message. So you can see iMessage extension is there, iMessage app is there. So whatever inside the application extension, you can easily do it. If you want to create a print service extension, you can add it. So from your application, people can easily print something, print a report. Okay, and if you want to add a widget extension, so people can add it to the home screen of the devices, or if you want to create a sticker pack, you can add it as well. So these are extensions that will be provided when you with the app, but that doesn't run inside your app. It has a different system area, but that is the part of your app. Okay, keep in mind that is the part of your app. Like when you install Zomato, so with Zomato you are installing other extension as well that will be available, but it will not run under the Zomato app. Okay, it will run a separate in a widget or in a extension or in a iMessages kit. Okay, and the last jargon is framework. uh, so framework is a bundle of code and resources, just like if you are using an eraser pay integration, so you integrate eraser pay SDK, or is there any framework, UI framework that you are using that is created specifically for your app. So these kind of thing you can use in your app, you can integrate it easily. Okay, so if I click over here, you can see there is a framework and library options. So over here you can add your framework or a static library or a metal GPU 3D library. So these things you can add, and Swift packages is also the same thing. So if you want to add a dependency in your app, so open this sidebar from here, click on this plus, and you can see there is an option to add files. Okay, or if you click on this plus, there is an option to add dependency as well. So if we go to file at the top navigation, you can see there is an option to add package dependency. So in the package dependency, you can search for the Swift packages that is available. Okay, and if you have already created, then you can use that as well. So just like this, you can add the Swift packages, or if you want to add a package, you can add a package. Okay, or you can create a new package. So just like that, people can use it. So this is Swift packages, a modern dependency and modernized system. So it is managed by Swift package manager, where you compile the code and where you can upload the Swift packages. And the last one is test target. So test target is basically in your code, if you are verifying the logic and doing the unit testing, UI testing, so it will go under test target. And there is one more, you will be seeing derived data. So derived data is a folder where Xcode stores build artifacts. Okay, so build artifacts means your compiled files, indexes, logs, all this will be stored in the derived data. So sometimes this derived data is very large and keep taking much space in your system, so you have to delete it. Okay, for the often fixes and strange build issues, so you can go to Xcode, then go to settings, and I already told you there is an option in the locations. So here you can see there is a build location, so you can go to derived data and delete it. Okay, and in the Xcode, it provides you when you are building an app. Okay, so there is an option to clean build. So you will go to this product, and there is a option to clean build folder, so it will clean all the build caches and all the things, and you can start with a fresh build. Okay, so this is how you can clean your build. And signing and capabilities is the same certificates, profiles, development team that you can do in the this general over here. Okay, yeah, in the identity over here you can see, and if you go to sign in and capabilities, you can see all the things you can manage. Okay, and deployment target is the minimum iOS version supported. So in our Xcode, if you want to see what is the minimum development, so you can see minimum deployments is 26.2. Okay, but if you want to lower it or decrease it, you can do that as well. So if you want to keep in the mental model summary, so there will be a workspace. In workspace there will be a project. In project can be targets. There can be multiple targets, app, widget, tests. In project there can be groups, files, and build settings. Okay, and there is the practical rules to remember, like new app or extension means new target, same app different behavior means same target, schemes controls running not identity, bundle IT issues are target issues. Okay, icons and capabilities belong to the target, groups are not folders, groups are just a visual for organizing your code. Okay, so I hope you are clear with these jargons, and you are aware of it, what it means. And there is one more jargon, that is entitlements. Okay, so let's say if we click on this capabilities, and if we go to plus capability, and if we added this Bluetooth. Okay, so uh, so Bluetooth, for Bluetooth it will not create a entitlement file, because this Bluetooth will go under info playlist, and from there it will add a permission. But I want to add a entitlements. If I do face ID, for face ID it will also not create. For push notifications I think it should. Mm, app groups, yeah, app groups. Yeah, for app groups, you can see there is a entitlement file created automatically. So in this entitlement file, what it consists of, let's see. So it consists of just a simple XML, okay, and in this XML it is just adding this permissions. So this is how your app will be using this app groups, okay. But this entitlement need to be configured with your Apple developer program. So yeah, you need to be sure, okay. So if I want to define entitlements are special permissions your app requests from the operating system to use a protected system features, okay. This app is allowed to do this specific things. This is what it means by the entitlement, okay. And without the correct entitlements your app will not work even if the code is correct. And entitlement exist for app groups, keychain, push notification, iCloud, okay, so these kind of thing. And entitlement actually is a key value pair embedded in your app at signing time, and it is verified by the OS when the app runs. So it will be verified is your app is allowed to use this specific app group or not, CloudKit or not, okay. And if you want to see the extension of this, you can see the extension is dot entitlements, okay. So this is basically for capabilities it is used for. And OS allows is okay. So we are done with the jargons part. Now let's move to UI. Okay, so on the UI part we are at here, and these workflow is not working. Basically workflow is something like you want to automate like the build process, okay. So you can create the workflows. Mostly people don't use the workflow, and from here iOS dev you can create your new scheme, okay. So in the scheme, let's say if I give it a scheme of debug, okay. So in the debug I can delete this one app groups, okay. I can delete this, and if I go to iOS dev, I go to general, so edit scheme. So in the scheme you can see there is a phases means like when you are building your product, what will going to be happen, it will analyze it, test it, run and profile archive it, okay. So for the debug, what you want to do, you want to analyze it, for you want to perform the same things or not, you can do that. And for the post action you can add your post action scheme, and you can see for different other flavors you can define the order, okay. For run, what will be happening, info, what will be the info, what are the arguments you want to pass, or the environment variables, API keys, okay. For the debug there will be different Google API, so you can configure. And these are the options in diagnostics. And in the test as well, you can test it for pre-prod or different other environments. And this is a profile for managing the performance and analyzing the debug. And this is the last, the archive is basically to output a app file, okay. So So it basically output a .app file, and that .app file can be installed in the iOS application, sorry, in the iPhone devices or Apple devices. Okay, and that is signed, and it has debug symbols, signing, and App Store metadata. So yeah, this is how you can do it, and these are the option for controlling the schemes. And over here in the right there is a option to select on which platform you want to run this application. Okay, so you can select the device, and if you don't see your device that you want to run this app, you can click on this manage run destination. You can go to the different other, or you can install it, or if you want to use your real device you can use it from here. You have to connect with the USB authenticator cable, and then it will be connected. Okay, and over here it's just showing you the it is ready for the build or not, or if there is any issues, and when the last build is run. Okay, so yeah, you can see that. And over here there is a cloud icon, so this is again the Xcode cloud CI/CD stuff that require basically Apple account, as well as it requires the cost for it. So I'm not ready to cost this anything, because in companies people basically use Jenkins and VM and automate it by our own. Nobody uses Xcode cloud CI/CD, but if you want to try, you can give it a try with this. You can automate your stuffs. This is very easy and efficient by Apple. So yeah, some companies uses it, some companies don't. Okay, so you can dismiss it. After that this cloud will be gone. And yeah, I have already told you this is a property inspector where you can see the reference. Okay, you can see this is a file inspector. This is a, if you hover in it, it will show you this is a help inspector. So if you want to search for something, it will show you options. So let's say if we jump to code over here, okay, you can see this file is showing the information. And if I go to the UI screen, there are other attributes coming right now. Okay, this is showing the GitHub code, and this is showing the what is this launch option means. So this is a storyboard code. Okay, in the app delegate Swift file, from there this launch screen is going to be called. You can see in the question mark, and from here it is not applicable, and this is from here on the screen. Yeah, on the when you click on this one, you can see what are the different positioning and things. So you can play around with this, and there is a last recognizer and outlets, then you can use it. So this is a connection inspector. So your file from which gesture it is connected, you can define it. So it is connected from the gesture recognizer. Okay, so based on the different safe area view, it will show you different attributes. So you can see it is changed now. It is showing only safe area properties. So these are the one of the size inspector is used for layouting your UI in the storyboard, and these are the attribute inspector. Over see, you see this filter icon, this filter icon over here. This is attribute inspector, in which you can see the attributes. So you can see there are attributes like alpha, background color, drawing, different other stretched or not. Okay, so all the CSS stuff you can see over here. And here you can see the classes and all the informations from which class this UI belongs to. So it belongs to the UI view, the identity and the document, and what are the accessibility feature of this, so you can see over here. Okay, and if you want to add something, you can add it as well, like a keyboard key. It is adjustable. Okay, so these traits you can add in the accessibility. So these all things like we will be going to cover in a detail in the storyboard and UIKit section, but right now I am just want to aware you like these are the UI things that you can do. And once you are on the this UI launch screen, you can see there are options, like from here you can filter it, from here you can close this the sidebar, and from this plus you can add the label or a button. So you can drag like this and you can put it over here. So this is how your button is added. And if you want to keep this button or arrange it outside of the hierarchy, you can do that like this. And once you click on this button, go to attribute inspector, and you can change the title. Okay, title of the button, let's say I changed to Ritik. So you can see button title is changed right now. So this is how basically you play with the UI and arrange it. We will be going to see, I just want to show you the option, and you can see this is how you can change the dark mode and light theme, how it will be gonna look like. And from here you can define and play with the accessibility, like how it will work when the accessibility will change. Okay, bold text or button shapes. Okay, so these options how it will be gonna look like, you can play with this. And from here you can rotate it landscape or different other mode. Okay, portrait or something. And from here you can move to different other device sizes like iPad, iPhone 16, 17. And from here you can zoom in, zoom out, simple things. And from this icon you can add the constraint, like I want to align this in a center, horizontally in container, vertically in center. So you can add. Okay, and you can add the aspect ratio for the sizing, like what width you want to increase it. Okay, so this is how you can add the constraints, and it will be showing a line to see basically how it will gonna look. And this is how it will be looking. And from here if you want to clear the constraints, you can clear that. You can reset to just suggested constraints that the Xcode will suggest you. And from here you can embed the view, like if you click view, it will show you the view. Okay, it will be embedded in a view without insets. So you can see view without insets. Scroll view, you can see now it is under scroll view. You can see text is gone under the view and under scroll view. So all the basic stuffs you can embed in the view. And you can add the view controller, like navigation controller, if you want to add from one screen to another screen. I don't worry right now, don't worry like how it is happening, because right now I just want to show you these are the options in the UI you can control. And the tab bar you can see, so you can see the bottom tab bar is added. So once you switch these tabs, how it will be gonna look like, so you can add that. Okay, so these are the navigation control. And if I want to debug something, you can just keep this up like this, or if you can click on this one, and here you can click and enable and disable breakpoints. Okay, so here it will be showing the console. You can clear this console, you can expand it, collapse it, okay, based on your needs. And local variables, what are the values, you can also see over here when your application will be running on. So let's start and run your applications. So I will move to iOS dev. Let's play this. Let's play for iPhone 17. Okay, so it will be starting the build, and you can see this is a warning. Over here there are some warnings for the UI stuffs. Okay, and if you want to see where it is building, so you can see this is the place it is getting created, and you can merge it in this way as well. Okay, so for this you need to save space to see the real device. You can expand it like this, you can drag and drop it. So Xcode will not give you option to, I can collapse this to work on this UI. So once I will make some changes on the UI, then I will click on the play and see on the real device how it will gonna look like. So this is the steps on the storyboard, and I hope we are able to cover all the things. And if I talk about simulator, what are the options? So here you can see if you want to go home screen, you can go. There is a save screen, so that will take a screenshot, and from here you can rotate your device. And in the simulator as well, we have options like you can record a screen, you can select the GPU, you can rotate, and you can app switch, you can erase the content and reboot, restart. You can do all these stuffs, audio output input. You can add the features like face ID enabled or not. Okay, Apple Pay, or locations, like if you want to go from one location to another, you can do that as well. So yeah, these are the debug thing, like you can add to check the performance, and these are the window. From here is a help. Okay, so right now you can see our app is successfully running on the 17 Pro, and if we are making any changes, that will be seen over here. Okay, and from here these options are basically the debugging options, like you can see the performance by just clicking on this debug memory graph. And if you have environment overrides, then you can see it from here. And if you want to simulate location of your device, let's say from a position to 100 meters far, if you want to check the delivery applications, like, so you can simulate it. Okay, and these are the stack frame if you want to see, or you can backtrace the stack frame. So all those options are given for the debugging. And yeah, so far, like, we are now understood what is Xcode and what Xcode provide us, what is the simulator, and in the simulator we can, what steps we can do, like if we want to capture it, we want to take a screenshot. Okay, and if you press option, it will show you a record option as well. Okay, if you press option just over here by clicking on the simulator, okay, it will show you to record as well. Okay, you can do screen recording, you can rotate, you can go to the home screen. Okay, if I click on this, you can see I'm on the home screen, and there is options as well. If you want to open different other simulators, you can restart the device, you can uh, enroll features like face ID, Apple Pay. These are the steps, and you can simulate locations. For debugging, the simulator, graphic quality, animations. Okay, so these are all steps, you can play around with it. Okay, so right now we are done with Xcode Tour, what it provides us, what are the feature, what is this button do, what is that button do, all these things we have gone through right now. Okay, now it's time for practical and working on the reality, the theory things and all the things that as a developer you should know what Xcode provides us. Okay, because I know like when we are developing application we won't be using every feature of Xcode, but as a iOS developer you should know what is available in the Xcode that I have already discussed, okay, in this session. Now we are going to create a fresh new project with UIKit, storyboard and Swift programming language. Okay, so I will uninstall this app and let's start building a UIKit application in which you will be going to learn all about application how we are developing in the using UIKit. Okay, so let's start. I will close everything and we'll do a fresh start. So let's go. So this is the app we are going to build, Secret Room, and this app is not like very much with rich functionalities, but still as a beginner, as a new iOS developer, it will give you more confidence to work on a more advanced project. Okay, as you can see, we will be dealing with the basic UIs, elements, bottom tab, how we are navigating, how we are opening the models. Okay, so these kind of thing we will be doing in this app, and we will be also learning the stuffs like the responsive UI and different other things that needed in the UI kit. Okay, and here you can see the concept of app is basically very simple. There will be a pin code that you will register when you first time open the app, and after registration you will see your secrets. You can create your new secret and you can update the password or clear the clear all your secrets and some buttons. Okay, so in this app we will be going to use iOS keychain. So keychain manager is one of the very secure thing in iPhone. Okay, so in iPhone you cannot retrieve anything from the keychain if you have stored. So for that you will need to have password in your app, so that we will be going to use in this application. Okay, we will be not using any kind of persistent or core data or the persistent database, because this is a smaller app and we have to store our secrets. So that is why we will be using keychain manager. Okay, and in this there will be bottom tab, navigation, UI, list, images, label, text, button. Okay, and these kind of thing we will be dealing, and apart from this we will be going through all the code. Okay, so I hope you get what we are going to build, but still before starting it I would like to tell you the concept of development. So in development, or if you say any other mobile application development or app development, there are three phases. You will have some information data that you are presenting on your screen, and there will be one controller that will control how your data will be presented to the screen. Okay, so this is the three phases of development that as a developer you need to keep in your mind. And in iOS development there are prerequisite, or you can say it is a common standard that you need to follow. Like first one is organize your project. Your project should be very organized. If it is scaling up, you should use model view controller or model view model. Okay, these kind of project patterns you need to use in your project to organize better and build a very large scalable iOS project. Okay, and there if you are developing any kind of feature, before starting it do a small R&D on it. Is this a policy violation or not? You can basically ask ChatGPT as well, they will answer you it is a violation or not. Okay, so before starting any kind of feature, just make sure you first clear from this policy violation. Okay, otherwise you will be develop everything, you will waste your time, and that will be not approved by Apple team. Okay, and also follow these principles like solid principles, dry principles. So these all things I have already covered in my YouTube, so you can go and check it out. And if I talk about the feature of a storyboard and Swift UI, so in the storyboard that we are going to learn right now, you will be dragging and dropping the UI elements, but in the Swift UI it is code based, and framework is called Swift UIKit, and if you are using Swift UI, that will be Swift UI. Okay, and the approach is imperative. Imperative means you are more often saying that I want to use this thing. You are not defining the UI. You just drag and drop and change the elements. But in the Swift UI, you are having approach of declarative. Declarative means in the code you are defining what kind of UI I want to have for this screen or this element. Okay, so everything you will be defining in the Swift UI, but on a storyboard you just have to drag and drop and change some properties. Okay, and there is one more feature, live preview. So in the storyboard there is no live preview, but in the Swift UI you can see the live preview. That also we are going to learn, but first I want to differentiate between what we are going to learn. Okay, so right now we are going to learn a storyboard, and Swift UI is the next part, but still I want to differentiate between them. And app size handling is very harder in a storyboard. If you are building a very complex app on a single screen, there is multiple UI elements, then it is very harder to maintain it. And even if there are lots of condition to show some things, so yeah, in a storyboard it is very difficult to uh, build, but still you can build. It's not that hard, but later if you are very scaling your app, then a storyboard kind of lack that feature. But in Swift UI you can easily manage, as we are doing with the other frameworks like React Native or Flutter. Okay, and the learning curve, if I talk about, storyboard is easier at first, but when you are starting and going in the advanced concepts like building more and more complex application with 50, 60, 90 of screens, then how you are going to manage them, that will be really difficult. So learning curve is easy at first, but later um, it is very hard to achieve that. Okay, but in the Swift UI, if you learn the concept first, how you are defining it, you can build the very scalable apps with a very organized way. Okay, so these are the difference, but as a iOS developer we need to learn both of this, because we don't know when we are assigned a legacy application to work on. So that's why we will be going to cover everything in this iOS application. Okay, in this iOS course. And for now, you can see Apple prefers Swift UI to develop your new apps, but storyboards are mainly for legacy projects. Okay, so if there is ongoing project on storyboards and you got to work on, then you need to have knowledge about these concepts. Okay, yeah. So one of these things are very crucial, and I just want to explain one more thing. As you know, like when you want to align some elements like three boxes in a vertical way, then you have to use V stack, or you have to give the axis to vertical, and Z stacks means there will be on Z axis like overlapping boxes. So for that feature you can use Z stack, and for horizontal you have to use H stack. And okay, and if I talk about the hierarchy what we follow in iOS development, so you can see there is a this Z stack. In this Z stack you can add your background color, and in this Z stack there is a V stack. Okay, and in this V stack we have a phone container view, and this is phone container view. We are again having a V stack. Why we are having a V stack? Because these two are in a vertical direction. Okay, and in this vertical direction we are creating a grid item. So grid item, in the sense we have this horizontal item, and these items are arranged one by one. Okay, and if you want to add a spacer below that, there is a spacer in the Swift UI. So this is the basically tree pattern. If I talk about the HTML code, or if I talk about XML code, so all that tree pattern paradigm is followed over here as well. So keep in mind, like if you are working on a UI, then make sure what parent you are defining it, and in the parent what UI element you are putting in. Okay, so this is how you have to design your app. And yeah, so far let's start building our app. So I will go to Xcode, will open Xcode, create new project, select app, give it name secret room. Okay, and interface we are going to use storyboard, and language will be Swift, and there is no need of testing system and storage right now because we are not using them in this project. Okay, so you can see our project is successfully created, and I'm not going to repeat everything what we are seeing on this screen right now because I have already covered all this part in a Xcode Tour. Okay, but here we will change the display name, that is basically the app name. So I will give it secret row. Okay, and now we can see what are these files. Okay, so app delegate is the file that you can see right now. This is the file, is the main file when the application launch, and this main function tells our application to start your app. Okay, so if I talk about this hierarchy, what happens and what is the life cycle. So you can see, first of all, your application starts, it goes to @main app delegate file, and in this you can see there are life cycle methods like did finish launching with options. Okay, so there are many things for the app delegate to control your application life cycle. Okay, so when did finish launching completed, it is go to scene delegate file, and in the scene delegate you can see there are also many life cycle like scene will enter background, scene will resign active, scene did become active, scene did enter background. So these are the application state when you minimize your app, when you active your app, when you okay. So these kind of scenes are there, and after in this scene you can see there is a main.storyboard loaded. So here you can see in the function scene there is a feature that will load your main storyboard first. Okay, so how this main is getting called when it is not written anywhere in the scene delegate? So the answer is, if you go to this info file, in this info file everything related to configuration permission is mentioned, and if you go to scene configuration you will find there is a storyboard name main is written. Okay, so from here this scene configuration start with the storyboard name main. That is why we are seeing here main.storyboard. Okay, if you want to change to something else you have to change over here as well. And if I talk about this launch screen, so launch screen is just a fake screen when everything in your application start loading. when your app delegate is waiting for the did finish launching, this launch screen will be showing to the user, and once this is completed, then it will create the scene, and once the scene is created, then it will start your storyboard, and whatever the screen is first mentioned in the storyboard, it will be shown to the user. And to show on the UI screen, you have to go to the web controller, and web controller will load your UI. So here you can see we have this file, web controller. On this one as well, we have many lifecycle methods like web date load, and if you command click on this, I will show you what are the other life cycle. Like there is your UI is loaded successfully, okay, and you can see web did appear is your UI is successfully appeared or not. If you have moved to any other screen, then your previous view will be disappear. So these kind of things like a event, okay. So if you are going from one screen to another screen and you want to call anything, then you can use this function, and in this function you can define whatever you want to do, okay. So there are these states when your UI is changing or doing anything, then you can all use all this event, okay. So same for the scene we have, same for the web we have, and not same, I mean the life cycle is same, but the function name is different. So yeah, we basically we can use it to control our application and do some specific task on that event if you want, okay. So the concept is basically, if your app state, so app state basically means the entire application, okay, and the scene life cycle is for one window. So if you are seeing one screen at the time, then the scene life cycle will works for that screen only. And app delegate is global. App delegate is global means this will be all this event inside this app delegate will be happen for the entire global screen. Let's say you scroll up and keep your application in a background mode, then that going into background mode, the event will be called and you can perform anything. So that will come under app delegate. And scene delegate is for UI specific. UI specific means, let's say you created a storyboard and you go from one storyboard to another storyboard, then in that if you want to perform any task, then you have to use scene delegate, okay. So in the scene delegate you can control when your scene become active, when your scene will enter foreground, background, okay. So these all things you can control in the scene delegate, and this app delegate is responsible for the app state, okay. And one more thing, keep in mind, like one app can have one app delegate but multiple scene delegates, okay. So as I already told you, this app delegate is global for the entire application, okay. So that is why this app delegate is one time only, but the scene delegates will be multiple. So these scene delegates will be responsible for this main, but if you want different other scene delegates, you can create and you can define it, okay. So these are one of the default file that you have seen is getting created automatically by Xcode, and that will help your application to launch successfully and show you some their default UI. Basically there is nothing on the launch screen and main screen, okay. So this is why it is used for. So here I want to theoretically explain what is UIKit. So UIKit is Apple's primary framework for building iOS interfaces that will provide you visual components like button, labels, images, text fields, and for the screen management, view controllers, navigation system, gesture handling, and if you are doing any animations, then animation and layout system, and that is written in Swift and Objective-C. And Storyboard is a visual editor on top of UIKit, not a replacement for it. Okay. So now what is a storyboard? A storyboard is a visual file main.storyboard that you have seen in the directory. So in the storyboard, it gives you feature to create your screens, place UI elements like dragging, dropping UI elements, and defining navigation between a screen. Okay, which screen first to launch. Okay, and from when you click on a button, which screen you want to navigate. So these kind of connection is defined under navigation. Okay, and configure layout using auto layout. So auto layout is one of the uh, feature that you can use. Okay, and in each screen in a storyboard is called a view controller screen. So when we are dragging dropping things, that doesn't mean like we are not writing code. Behind the scene there is lots of code written. When you add any element on a storyboard, then there is a automatic XML will be add some code in that storyboard file. So if you open main.storyboard in your VS Code, you will see there are lots of XML written, and in that XML your storyboard elements, how you have placed them, and what are the elements you have used will be defined under this storyboard. Okay, so there are lots of things in the storyboards like stack view, UI label, and one of the cool feature is auto layout. So auto layout will position UI elements based on the rules or constant that you define, and it is responsive. That means adapts UI to different screen sizes. So common constant are top, bottom, leading, trailing, width and height, and center alignment. Okay, so in the storyboard you will get this option to auto layout your UI elements. And one of the important thing is storyboard navigation. So in the storyboard navigation, the concept is called segues. Okay, so this is pronounced as segues. So segues visually connect one view controller to another. So let's say you have three screens and they have navigation in between, so you can connect those storyboard or view controller using segues. Okay, so segues can be automatically button tap and can be programmatically from your code. So this is how you can define screen transitions. Okay, now what is view controller? View controller manages one screen, connects UI with logic. So let's say you have added a button. Okay, but that button, when you click on it, what will happen? What function will be running on? So that thing will be done under this view controller class. Okay, and that will respond to user interaction or other things that you want to do under view controller. So the responsibility, if I talk about web controller, is configure UI, handle button taps, load and display data, navigate to other screens. So these things you can do using web controller. Okay. Now the file that you have seen, appdelegate.swift. So the purpose of appdelegate is to manage the app lifecycle. When you run the app and app launches, these are all done by appdelegate.swift. So it handles your app started, when you terminate your app, or any other system level events that you can control in this app delegate. Okay, so we rarely modify this. There is very heavy integrations like payment or any other security kind of thing, then sometimes you modify this app delegate.shift, but yeah, majorly we don't modify it. Okay. And in the scene delegate.shift, it is announced in iOS 13 plus. Before that, everything is done under app delegate, but now the scene delegate is come after iOS 13. And the purpose of scene delegate is to manage app windows and scenes, support multiple Windows iPad. So it handles when a scene becomes active, when it enters background mode. Okay. So for our secret room, let's say you are on this home screen and you want to close this. Okay, when you close this app, not just close it, just you make the app in the background, you just swipe it up. Okay, but still, if any other your friend take your phone and click on this app, it will automatic ask you again the password. Okay, the app state is in the home screen, but still we can control the scene by this scene delegate. Okay, and yeah, view controller single screen, UI logic lives in there, and most app behavior is written in this view controller only. So in the web controller, you will get to know this IB outlet. So IB outlet is a reference UI elements in a code that you have to connect with the label. Let's say you added a text on the UI, but on the text you want to change it dynamically. Then you have to create a reference for that particular UI. Then you have to use IB outlet and connect with the storyboard. Okay. And same if you have added any interaction, like when you tap on it or when you scroll or when you do anything, then you have to use IB action. Okay, so this is the app execution flow. It will go to app delegate, then scene delegate, then a storyboard, web controller, and your user extraction will start now. Okay, so I hope I am able to application that from here we have to start and launch the stuff that is written in our application. Okay, so this UI application delegate will start this class, and whatever you have defined will start working. So in this app delegate file, so in this app delegate, you can see we have imported UIKit, because UIKit having this UI responder and UI application delegate inside it, and this app delegate is inheriting all this classes property methods. Okay, and @main is a macro, basically tells and consists code of to make this entire whatever is written over here as a first launch of our application. Okay, and here is a function application. In this application we have defined like did finish launching with option when our application successfully launched. Then if you want to do anything, then you can add over here, otherwise we are returning true. Okay, and after that, in this function we are making our UI scene lifecycle. So let's say our app successfully launched. Now we have to show our first screen, that is this main.storyboard. To show our first screen, we have to give something. Okay, so that is why we are creating the UI scene configuration, and the name of this configuration is default configuration. Okay, and the role is connecting session.role. So these are the session roles. Basically by default it is added, and this default configuration is defined under info, and you can see scene configuration, window application session role, and in this you can see configuration name is default configuration, and storyboard name is main. Okay, so that is why in the app delegate it is showing when you play this app and launch your app, you will see the main screen. when your launch screen will be completed. Okay, and after this, this is the last when your user discards a screen. Okay, if any sessions were discarded while the application was not running, this will be caught shortly after application date launching with options. Okay, use this method to release any resources that were specific to discarded scenes, as they will not return. So this is the boilerplate function they have provided. If you want to do any events when your scene is discarded, then you can do in this function. Okay, and there are other functions as well in the life cycle. If you go to this UI application delegate class, okay, and in this class you will be able to see all the functions. So UI responder, if we go to UI responder, yeah, you can see there are UI responder as well, like reassign first responder or the touch begin. Okay, so these are the UI responder when you are interacting with the screen, when you touch, when you scroll, okay, when your animation is running on. So all this UI responder you can use for the events, and you can call specific things that you want to use. So there is when your keyboard will hide message, so what kind of events that are present over here, you can use them. Okay, so there are lots of things in this UI kit, but as a beginner we don't need to focus everything, as when you are developing more and more application, you will be using all the other functions based on your needs. Okay, and if we go to now scene delegate, so in the scene delegate as well we have UI window scene delegate class. In this class we are getting this functions. In these functions we are returning true if there is a UI window scene, and these are the events when your scene did disconnect. Okay, and when your app go to inactive state, when you swipe up, okay, not terminate your app, just you have swiped and moved to any other application, then your scene did become active. Okay, and sorry, when you that will be scene disconnect, but you have open your app, then it will be called scene did become active, and scene will resign active when you move from active state to an inactive state. Okay, so this may occur due to temporary interruptions, like when you are having a phone call or when there is a incoming phone call, then this event will be fired up. Okay, and scene will enter foreground. So let's say your app in a background mode and you move to foreground now, then this will be called. Okay, and enter background will be vice versa when you are using your app, and then after that you swipe up and move your app to background state, then this event will fire up. Okay, and in this event whatever you want to do, you can do it. So these are the boilerplate code that I have explained you is written, and this is a web controller for this main.storyboard. So in this controller there is a UI web controller class, and in this UI controller there are also lifecycle methods like web did load, web did disappear. Okay, there are lots of other thing that you can perform. Okay, like web will disappear, web did disappear. Okay, wave is not appeared successfully but is appearing. Okay, it is appearing state. So these things you can control. And wave did load is basically when your UI is successfully on the screen. Let's say you open your app and there are some data coming from the API. then you want to fetch and show on the UI, then in this function you can call the API and you can set in the array, and that will be represented on the UI. Okay, so these events are provided you to control your app, and I have already explained you this principle, that everything in the phase of development is information, data, design, and how you are controlling it. Okay, so these are the things in your web controller. And this launch dot screen, or let's say this asset, so in this asset basically you can define your color, your application icon, or your custom symbols, your icons basically. And in the info is all about, like, you can add permissions, or you can add any configurations related to API or these stuffs. Okay, so that will be under info, and this launch screen is the first launch screen. Okay, and this is a very dummy, or you can say fake UI that is shown to a user when you first time, or when you just open your app from the terminate state, and it will show you this logo splash screen on the UI. So for that Xcode defined this launch screen. Okay, so on this launch screen you can see there is no class is connected. You can see class is UI wave controller, but there is nothing it is using it. Okay, but if you go to main and if we click on this, you can see class is wave controller, because wave controller is defining this or whatever you want to do under main. Okay, but launch screen is just a fake screen. It is for showing your brand logo, your application logo on the UI. Okay, behind the scene this app delegate is doing this did finish launching with option event. Okay, so I hope I am able to explain all these files that is by default written over here. Now let's start changing the UI and building what we have discussed in our application. There will be here we will create some folders to organize our app in a model wave architecture. So in secret room you can click on this plus and click new folder. Okay, and in this folder we will create controllers, because in our app we will be having lots of other controllers for different screens. Okay, and another folder will be helpers. So helpers are, as all you know, like it's utility functions, or the some generic functions. Okay, and there will be models. So models is basically used for defining your data, how it will look like, what are the fields in it, and we will be having different storyboards. So as I know, like our app is not not having much screens, but still I will create storyboards. So in future if you are developing a large application, you will have idea like how I can scale this. Okay, and yeah, I think these many folders are fine. So yeah, this will be capital C. So controllers, helpers, models, and storyboard. Okay, and right now as we can see we have this main. So in this main what we can do, we will go to info, we will delete this storyboard name. Why we are deleting this? I just want to show you like how we can manually navigate to a specific storyboard. I will delete this. I will delete this main. Okay, move to trash. And now I will go to storyboards. Click on plus again. Click on new file from template. Okay, and in this, if you scroll down, you will find a storyboard somewhere. So if it is not coming, just search directly. Yeah, user interface storyboard. Click next and give it a name. So I will give it our first screen name, that is lock screen dot storyboards. And in the storyboards, so everything is fine, just click create. And you might have seen it is also asking for the target. You have already explained in the Xcode Tour what is the meaning of target. So in every project there are multiple targets like testing or beta release, production. Okay, so that is how, like, if you are adding some files, then you have to make sure where you are adding that. Okay, so here you can see our view controller is automatically created when we create a new storyboard. And if you click on this, I don't know why it is not showing the code, but yeah, if you open this file in VS Code or any other code editor, you will see the code of this file, what they have written in the XML. And when you drag and drop any elements on the screen, it will keep on adding code in the storyboard. Okay, now we will first create a controller for this. So we will go to controllers, just click on this plus, click on new file from template, and here we will create a Cocoa touch class. Okay, because controller is basically a class, so we need to create a class. So we will choose Cocoa touch class and give it a name. So I will give it a name lock wave controller. Okay, and it is a subclass of UI controller language. We will be using Swift. Just click on next and click on create. You can see lock wave controller is created for us, and with the basic template of the class, it is basically inheriting UI wave controller. And here is the same in the wave controller as well. Okay, so what we can do right now, we need to connect this lock screen to lock wave controller. Okay, why we are connecting to a controller? Because in this UI, if you are placing any buttons or if you are playing with any data, how you will control that? You need something to control, right? So the UI wave, how to control that? We need to create a file that is that will be having a class that is extending UI wave controller. Okay, so now how we can connect this? So for connecting this class, you need to click on this over here at the top and go to this identity inspector in this right side of the bar. Okay, so if it is not showing you, just make sure you have opened this, just clicking on this one. Okay, inspectors. So in the inspector there is something icon of identity type. So this is the identity inspector, and here you can see class is there. So I will select our class, that is lock wave controller, and module will be secret room. Okay, and also we can give it a name. So the name we can give it like a storyboard ID if you want to give. That is also you can provide, but it is optional, so that is not needed. Okay. If you want, you can provide lock view controller. And for just for testing, I will add a label over here. So you see, I just have click on this plus button over here, show library, and in this library you will find different UI elements that are present in the UIKit. UIKit will provide you everything that is needed for building an application. If there is something else that is not provided, then you can have to work with the Swift packages, but I'm not going in that way. Let's complete the app with the UIKit, and UIKit is the default one that we need to use. So in the label I will write here lock screen. Okay. And if I want to center it, so in iOS it provides you auto layout that we have talked about, the constraints and the alignment. So how we can center this? So if you think like if I can drag and put it over here, it will be placed. No, it is not like that. iPhone and XML interface builder does not work like that. You have to auto layout constraints. You have to add auto layout constraint, and that's how this element will be placed on the screen. Right now it is unknown where it will be. Okay, maybe it is somewhere in the center for iPhone 16, but for other devices, iPhone 17, iPhone mini, iPhone SE, it will be placed somewhere at the bottom, or it will be placed somewhere at the left, right, anywhere it can be. Okay, so that is why we need to add the constraint. So here if you see these two horizontal lines, so these horizontal lines basically indicates here you can add the alignment constraints. Okay, how our this label will be aligned. So first I want to horizontally in container, I mean this will be horizontal to the container, and vertically means whatever will the device size, it will be in the center. So as soon as I click on add to constraint, you see the vertical container keep it in a center of the screen, and the horizontal also keeping it in a center. Okay, so now this lock screen is centered, but still you can see there is one more thing you have missed. So that is, if you go to this attributes inspector, just in the right of identity inspector, you will find there is a view controller. In the view controller you can check this is the initial wave controller. Okay, once you check this, you can see there is a arrow coming over here. What it indicates? It indicates basically your app will be start from this. Okay, not your app, basically when this storyboard will be shown to the scene delegate, this will be the first screen. Okay, if I add one more screen to the storyboard, so if I put this wave controller, another wave controller, so you can see we have two different screens. Okay, but which one I want to show user first? For that you need to click on this is initial wave controller. Okay, is this initial wave controller means is it the first one? So I am marking as check. Yes, this controller, wave controller, is the first screen that will be showing to the user. Okay, not the application first screen, it is the storyboard first screen. Keep in mind, like when this storyboard will be shown, and in this storyboard which screen should be shown first to the user, so that is which is marked as is initial wave controller. Okay, so this is, you can see it is indicating this is the storyboard, entry point. Okay, so if I go to launch screen, you can see over here as well it is showing us this arrow, that means storyboard entry point. Okay, but right now we have deleted this info from the main board story. Okay, so if we deleted this main dot storyboard over here in the info playlist, also we have removed the file, then how our project will know which screen should be shown first? So as I already told you, app delegate is the main function where our app starts from the very initial beginning. Okay, and in this one they have defined like the default configuration will be session role. Okay, so now if we go to scene delegate, you can see here they if you want to define a scene, okay, then you can define it, but if it is already defined in the info playlist, then it will use by default that value. Okay, so here in the scene delegate, what we can do, we can create a UI window. Okay, you can see the window is already there. So what we can do, this window, I will remove this code. Okay, in this code we are just returning the UI window scene that is just coming in from this function. But right now we will create a with the guard, and guard I have already told you in the Swift tutorial, that is used for keeping safe. If the value is not there, then it will stop executing further code. Okay, so scene as means we are typecasting it, to UI window scene. Okay, else we will return whatever the previous code is written. I am just rectifying it, but you can see earlier here it is written underscore, but we have removed this because we are using this window scene right now. Why we are using this? Because we have to create our own scene, because we have removed from the info playlist. So let window UI window, and in this window we will be giving a window scene, and this scene will be this window scene. Okay, so first we are having a window scene, and in this window scene, which window will be first, for that we are getting another variable window, and we are making this window as a self window. Okay, now we will load our lock screen storyboard. So we will create let storyboard and UI storyboard, and in this UI storyboard we will give it a name, and name of our bundle is. So one more thing I would like to tell you, what is the meaning of bundle in Xcode or iOS or in Apple development. So bundle basically means your file names, your code, your directory. So here you can see we have defined our bundle storyboard name as lock screen. So you have to give the same name, otherwise it won't be able to find it. And we will provide here bundle nil. Okay, we are not defining a bundle from any other thing. It will be inside this project only. Okay, and we will let lock view controller. Then we are getting this view controller, and we will be storyboard dot instantiate view controller, initial view controller. Okay, we will choose this one and we will just call this. Okay, why we are calling this? Because this will this lock screen storyboard will become our initial view controller. Okay, so you have seen what we are doing over here, we are just marking this in as initial wave controller, but in the scene you have to also define which storyboard will be the first window. Okay, so we will be having the window root wave controller as lock VC. So our first window will be having root wave, means the first wave that will be shown to the user, that will be our lock wave controller. Okay, and we will then after make key and visible. So this key and visible shows the window and makes it the key window. Okay, so this is how the window that we have created just now will be shown to the user. Okay, so these are the 6 steps that you need to perform. Okay, and one more thing we will be doing in this. Let me close this, and let me close this as well. So in this one we will be doing one more thing. We will be creating a function. So as I have already told you, like when we are going from foreground to background mode, and let's say you give your device to your friend, and if he clicks on the app, so he can right now see all your secrets. Okay, but we don't want that. So what we can do, if you are going from foreground mode to background mode, we will again lock the app. Okay, so for that we will create a lock app function, and in this lock app function it doesn't matter wherever you are in your application, we will again show you the lock screen. Okay, so you need to log in again, and your friend will not be able to see your secrets. So UI storyboard, we will give it a name, and name will be here lock screen again, and bundle will be nil. Nil means basically null in the Swift programming. Okay, and storyboard dot, again we will be instantiating the initial wave controller, and we have to dispatch this time. Okay, so this dispatch queue, so you can see dispatch queue, an object that manages the execution of tasks serially or concurrently on your app's main thread or on a background thread. So when we are going from background mode to foreground, so that is a background thread. Okay, when you click on the application, it will be going from background mode to foreground, but before going to foreground it successfully reached, we want to lock our app. So this is why we are using dispatch queue, because it will be run on the background thread. And this main dot async, so main is basically the dispatch queue associated with the main thread of the current process, and this is a asynchronous code execution. So now in this async we will write our code self dot window root wave controller, we will again set to lock VC. Okay, and once you do that, your app will be locked again. Now in which event we have to call this lock app function? We need to call this lock app function in the scene did enter background. When you are moving transitioning from the foreground to background, then your app will be automatically locked. Okay, so this is your scene delegate, and now if you try to run your app, you will see this lock screen will be your first screen after the launch screen. Okay, so let's launch it, or before launching I just want to add one more thing. So in the assets we can add our accent color if you want to add. Okay, and app icon we will be adding. So you can create a app logo, that's not an issue, Okay, I am using this app icon, so I will paste it and Control C, Control V and V. Okay, and here I will add one more asset, and that asset is not. So here you can see in the assets you can add augmented reality textures, 3D models, or symbol image set is basically your icons or the color set. Okay, primary color, secondary color, these kind of color set or the images you want to add. Okay, so I want to add a image of logo, and I will use this transparent logo. And now there will be a case you might ask me, like, where is the asset link? So these are just two images. You can use any image, or you can go to ChatGPT and just ask him to create a logo of a secret room app, so it will generate for you. Okay, so once we are done adding our asset, we will again go to launch screen, and in this launch screen we go to safe area view. We click on this plus over here, and in this plus we will go to image view. Just drag the image view into the center of the screen and open the inspector. Drop in the drop down in the attribute inspector, you will see a project logo. So I will select this one, or you can use this icons basically. Okay, and in this logo I will go to this alignment constraint. I will keep it in a center, and also if you want, you can add a constraint as well. So if I go to very smallest device, iPhone SE, let's see how our logo will be look like. Okay, so you can see it is looking quite big. So if you want to reduce the size, okay, you can reduce that as well. So how we can keep it responsive? Okay, so for responsive I will control on this and control. You see I'm pressing this control in the MacBook. Just press and hold control and drag it to the view. Okay, parent view, and I will give it a equal widths. Okay, so I have given it a equal width, and this width will be, so yeah, so you can see I will choose here the multiplier. So what I am trying to do right now, I want to make this logo responsive in the sense whatever will be the device size, accordingly the image will shrink or grow. Okay, so here you can define the multiplier. I will keep 0.4. so you can see whatever will the device size, it will be taking the space of the it will be multiplied by the device width. Okay, and accordingly the image will shrink or grow. So it is kind of very small, 0.6. yeah, this is fine for iPhone SE. And if we go to now iPhone 16 or any device you want, let's go iPhone 16 plus, you will find that the image will be automatically responsive for this device size. Okay, if we click, you can see whatever will be the device width, accordingly it will be divided by 0.6 and image will shrink accordingly. Okay, the size will be reduced accordingly. So this is how you can play your or keep your image responsive to the device sizes. So I have kept this image responsive to this parent, okay, parent in the sense this entire wave, this one. Okay, so this wave is basically the entire height and width. So that is why I have kept image responsive, because on this content we have only this image in center, but in the application if there are lots of other things, so you have to keep it relative to the specific parent web. Okay, and there is one more method to resize this or make this image responsive, that is embedding this image into a wave and keep the, I mean there will be also same thing. So yeah, this is also fine. So now you have learned how to make an image responsive according to the device sizes. Okay, and now we will go and launch our app. So just a second, let this complete. So I will click on this play, and make sure you have your device over here. So for me it is iPhone 17. I tried to build this app. I am getting this error, build failed. Multiple commands produce this info playlist. Okay, so as I can see, this is the error of duplicacy of info playlist in our debug system. So how we can fix that? Just click on this. Okay, just click on this secret room, go to the build settings, and where is the option build phases, and in the build phases you can see it is copying our info playlist. Okay, so we can remove this, and now if we restart our build, it is building. And build succeeded, and you can see our launch screen shown to the user, and first launch screen is done. We can see our first lock screen. Okay, so this is how basically we can do that, and in the bottom you can see the locks. Okay, so if you added something print or anything, you can go to here in the filter, and you can select info debug notice. So if you are printing something, that will come under info. Okay, so this is how you can set your filter, and these are some warnings. Okay, so let's start building more stuff. So I will close this iPhone 17 for now, because I will it will take more our MacBook RAM. Okay, so your system will start lagging, so that's why you have to remove or close iPhone simulator, and when you are again ready with your logic and screen, then you can start and see. Okay, so this is the limitations with the storyboard, but with the Swift UI you can see the live preview. So yeah, that is also a kind of a lag, but we will look in few minutes when we are start learning Swift UI. Okay, so as you can see, now I am able to go to our lock screen. So here, as per our UI, we can create next things. So the next thing is we will add UI over here. So I will delete this lock screen. Okay, I have deleted the label. Now I will go to this plus over here at the bottom, show library, and in the library I will select in the library I can select secret So here I will use this label. Okay, and for this label I will add some constraints. Okay, so these constraints you have to add, or if you want to add image, that is as well okay. So as this is our first screen, so I will add an image view, and in this image view I will open inspector. I will go to this attribute inspector and select the image of our logo, and this logo I want to keep it responsive, but before that I want to center it. And as you can see, I am not centering it vertically, I am just centering it horizontally in container. Okay, so I will click on this horizontally in container, add one constraint, so it is centered. Now I will add control and put it in the parent view, and I will give it equal widths. Okay, and just click on this line, or you can click from here constraints, and I will go to here multiplier. I will give it 0.2. 2 is very small. 3 3 5 3 4 3. Okay, 0.35 is fine. Okay, now I will add one more constraint, so I will select this logo, click on this 4 square. Okay, so these 4 squares I will add a new constraint, and that new constraint will be add. And here you can see this is the top, this is the leading, this is the trailing, and the bottom one is bottom. So these are auto layout constraint. So what happens when you add any numbers over here, that will be added as a margin. Okay, and that will connect with the parent, or whatever will the neighbor view, it will connect like a spring. Okay, so if let's say if I give here the value 10, okay, 10 or 14, it is connecting the top one. Okay, I will click on add one constraint. You can see here a smaller line is added. So this small line is saying that from the safe area we are having okay, so let me show you. When we click on this smaller, okay, when you click on this constraint and go to the attribute inspector, you can see constant value is 14 for the gap, and the second item is like what is the relation. So my relation with the safe area is we are auto layouting this image to the top, but from the top how much space or the margin we are having 14. Okay, but if I change this second item top to bottom, you can see it will go to the bottom. From the bottom it is having this top. Okay, but instead of top, if I choose bottom, it is now in the safe area bottom. It is always be in the bottom for every device, but I don't want in the bottom, so I will go to the top and safe area top as well. Okay, so this is how your image is placed, and I hope you all know what is a wave. So wave is a point in a pixel, in every pixel. So if you check, this wave is scale to fill. So scale to fill means whatever space is there, it will cover everything. And inside we are having a safe area wave. So safe area wave is a wave again in which will basically keep the content, whatever content or UI you are adding on the screen, safe from this kind of area, like dynamic islands or the bottom tabs, or like in the iPhone we see this islands or the indicators kind of thing. So that is basically safe area. Okay, that is basically not a safe area, but this safe area prevent our content to be overlapping on that. Okay, so our content will not overlap. And if you want to change the background of this view, you can click on this background and you can play with the colors. So whatever color you want to add for this, you can add. And for me, I will keep the default one. So system background color. Okay, so what is the meaning of system background color is, if you are using dark mode, the system background color will be automatically applied. So in the bottom line, if you see over here this icon, just right after this access, if you click on this accessibility, you can turn on. Okay, and with the accessibility you can play how it will look in the different devices, but I am not using. Okay, and if you want to check your app how it will look in a dark mode, you can just click on this icon and you can see this is how it will look in the dark mode. Okay, so system background color is basically whatever will the dark or light background. Okay, but if you choose any specific color, let's say system brown color, and if I want to switch, you can see still it is applying. You can see in the light mode is in this brown color in a lighter shade, but in the dark mode it is more darker. Okay, so all this system colors is behaving dark mode and light mode different shades. But if you choose any other color, okay, if you choose black color and now if you want to switch light or dark mode, it will not work. Okay, because you have set this as a constant. But if you choose system color, then it will work in the light or dark mode differently. Okay, so I will, and if you want to pick your color, you can pick it from here. Okay, you can see it is changing. So whatever your color, or if you want to put your hex code, you can go over here. This, where is the option? You can pick the color from this color picker, or you can put the hex code. So you can see here is the option. You can paste your hex color and it will be added. Okay, but for now I will keep the background as system background color. Okay, and if you want to add an image in the background, you can you need to have an image. Okay, and then you need to stretch the image. So let me show you how you can do that. So here we will click on this plus, we will having an image view. Just drag it on my screen and keep this image view over here. Okay, and in this image view, let's select this logo only, and I will keep this image in a background. So I will keep it horizontally and vertically in center. Then I will add the constraint. So constraint will be 0, 0, 0 and 0. So 0, 0 means it will be taking the full area. Okay, so vertically and horizontally it will be expand, and from here instead of aspect fit, just click on scale to fill. So it is filling the area, but why it is not vertically expanding? Because it is having the constraint. What constraint it is having? So here when you click on this triangle, basically just write in the size inspector, basically you can see what are the constraint applied to this image. Okay, so you can see there is a constraint top space to logo, so that is why it is basically removing to stretch for the full screen. And you can see that is top assigned, this is bottom assigned, and fully it is assigned. Okay, and now if you are thinking like this image previous one is overlapping on the top one. Okay, so these stack z stack you can change from here. If I put it in the top, you can see now this logo is on the top of the previous smaller logo, and if I drag and put it over here, then the smaller logo is on the top of the larger logo. Okay, so this is how you can make your image full screen and place the things uh, over it. Okay, but right now I don't want to do that. Okay, and let's add a label to show our app what it is. So let's give it a name, secret room. Okay, and you can give it a font family. So here in the font family, if you have added your custom font family, that will be also coming. Okay, so if you click on the custom, then there are different other families that is by default they are providing. Okay, and if it is not available there, then you have to add in the assets, and after that it will be available. Okay, so here I will select this copper plate. Okay, and let's increase size 20, and let's use bold. Done. Okay, now it is looking good. Let's increase the size little bit more. Now we need to just place below of this image, and now you have to pay attention how we are keeping this entire screen responsive. So as you can see, our image is having the top margin as 14, and its width is responsive to the device width. Okay, so secret, this text I want to add, so I will click on this add new constraint, and I will add 5 over here. Okay, so 5 margin from this image. Okay, add one constraint, so you can see it is added. If I go to this size inspector, here you can see it is added 5, but it is not centered, so I will click on this one, add new alignment constraint horizontally in container. So now it is centered. Okay, secret room centered. So this is how it will be looking in the iPhone SE as well. If we go to iPhone SE, so you might be thinking like I have to work on Swift UI, then why I'm learning this. So the point is, if you are even doing something on Swift UI, the concept what you have learned in this UIKit will be also applicable over there. You won't be dragging dropping things, but the feature but the things will also be there. Okay, So its height, you can see now height is not responsive. You can see how much there is so much gap between this. Okay, because this width is responsive but height is not. So again we will click on this logo, press control and hold it and drag it to the view. Okay, just drag and click on equal heights, and you can see it is added. Just click on this and I will give it a height 0.2. okay, 0.15 116. Okay, 18. Yeah, now it is looking good for iPhone SE. And now if we go to iPhone 16 Plus, so it is responsive as well over here. Okay, so whenever you are developing anything, you need to keep on testing on different devices once you are done with your UI, and as you develop more and more application, you will be experienced and you will know what I am doing. Okay, so after this secret room, we will add a, click on this plus here, search for horizontal stack view. Why stack view? Because we are developing the OTP input, and in that OTP input there will be 4 OTP boxes. So those 4 OTP boxes will be also centered. Okay, so you need to click on this stack view, go to the attribute inspector, click. You are seeing that is X is horizontal. That is good. Give some spacing, so you can give it a spacing of you can give something 20 or something. Okay, so every boxes will having 20 spacing, and distribution keep it fill equally, so everything will be distributed equally. Now it's time for adding a wave inside it. So that will be a text field. So just drag text field inside this stack wave. Okay, so I have dragged this text field inside this. Now with this text wave, what you need to do, just increase the font size to 24. Okay, and you have to keep the alignment in the center, so whatever you are entering, the number will be centered. Okay, and yeah, from here you can change the border styles, and the content type I will give it one-time code, so it is a OTP, so let's use one-time code. And the keyboard type will be number pad. Okay, and alignment will be centered, so click on this one. And horizontally as well I want center the content. And yeah, by default the scale to fill alpha, these are the values. Okay, and if you want to change the background color, just click on this and let's use system fill color secondary. Let's use some gray. Oh, this is too much gray. Yeah, this one is fine, so you will be able to see. Now it's time for defining its basically the properties. So what I will do, I will just command C, command C and command V. Okay, just keep on pasting. You can see these all are added 4 times. Okay, so once they are added, you can see this is how your OTP input will be look like. But still it is not having the horizontally in container. So first I will set this stack wave in center. Then I will give it a from the top how much space from the secret row. So I will give it 16 or 20 or whatever the current value that you are seeing on the screen, that is 40. 40 will be too much, so 30 will be fine. Okay, and from the left and right how much you want. So from the left and right I will give it 16. Okay, and just click on add 3 constant and you can see it is now expanded. Okay, but 16, I think this is looking quite very, I mean it is stretched too much. So we will go to over here, click on edit, let's give it 30. Okay, and from the trailing from the leading as well 30, and this stack wave we can give it a height. Okay, so you can click on this constraint again and give it a height of 60 or 50. Okay, so now I think it is looking quite good, and let's check for iPhone mini. Oh sorry, iPhone SE. Yeah, it is looking quite good for 17 Pro Max. Or if you want for the text field to be constant for all the devices, then you can put the square number. Okay, but for me this is looking good for me. Okay, there is no issue for me for this OTP. And now it's time to add a button. So just click on this filled button, add it over here, go to attribute inspector. I will click enter. Okay, and this button I will keep the things in the center that is already there. Now if you want to clip to bounds or so basically I'm looking for the image. Okay, so here it is, enter or door key something key, so from here you can use your icon in the app. So here you can see it is showing, and let's give it some space. So enter will be shown like this. Now let's time for attaching this from the top OTP. So let's give it 40. Okay, and click on add one constraint, and if you want to give a height, let's give 50 40. Okay, Now your this basically this button is also placed at its correct position, and from here you can see this red it is giving you option. So it is asking for X position constant. So this warning is correct. We have to align it for the x-axis. So I am aligning it in the center of the screen. So now you can see no auto layout issues. So that is also help us. Okay. Now let's add a last element in our UI, and for this one let's say like welcome and emoji. Let's use hi. Okay, hi, welcome. Create a passcode to lock your secret room. Okay, and let's use the font custom, and the custom we will be using this. So last time we have used this copper plate, so we will use the same one, and let's give it a smile smaller and keep it light. Click on done, and here you can see there are multiple lines. So if you want your label to be grow automatically, not just the lines that it is present over here, you can give it lines 0. Okay, so line 0 means it will grow according to the content, and from here you can see what is the alignment. So I will keep it in a center, and you can click on this word wrap, so your word will be wrapped accordingly. Line break. Okay, and this tragedy you can select, and after this click on your label, go to the constraint. I will select top 50 from the left, and from the leading I will select 20 or 30, 30 or 40, and from here I will also select 40, and bottom we don't need it. Add 3 constraints, and I will horizontally centered it. Okay, so this is how you can play with your app. But if you want to keep it in a very bottom, so for the bottom just click on this, go to this angle size inspector, and instead of this top, let's delete this top. Click on this, click on this, click, go to the bottom. From the bottom let's select 30, add one constant, so it will be always in the bottom. Okay, you can see it will be always in the bottom of the safe area bottom. So yeah, and if you want to check for the different screen, you can check as well. So you might feel like I am taking a very long time for you, but yeah, I mean this is, yeah, 14 is fine. So iPhone 17 Pro. So you can see these many constraints are added, and this is how the responsive screen is created. Okay, now it's time for adding and controlling this inputs and this button, how it will work. So that will work using this lock wave controller. Okay, so now if you go to your lock wave controller, you need to add or extend or inherit one more thing, that is UI text field delegate. So why this? Because a set of optional methods to manage editing and validating text in the text field object. Okay, so that is why you need this in the class over here. And now it's time for adding the logic. So here we will use IB outlet. So I have already covered what is IB outlet. IB outlet is used for creating and connecting with the design. Okay, so whatever elements you want to connect, you can connect using this IB outlet. So we have text field, and there is one more thing. You can click on this plus at the top, go to editor pan on right, and I will collapse this, and from in this tab I will go to lock screen. Yeah, and over here, and you can collapse this as well. So in the left I have opened lock wave controller, in the right we have lock wave storyboard. So yeah, UI text field we have, and you need to add exclamation mark for the non-optional property that will be there. Now I want to connect this text field. So how I can connect? I will hold control and drag it over here. Okay, you can connect like this, or there is one more way. You can click on this plus and stretch and add it to your element. You can see it is not adding on the image or the button. Why? Because we have defined it is a UI text field. That is why you can connect only this text. So the first one is connected, and this is how I will copy this, paste 2 3 4, and let's connect this to second, third and fourth. All the text field is connected. And for the button, if you want to connect, you can connect as well. So I will add a IB function. Why IB function? Because it is a interaction basically. Okay, it is interacting with the button when you tap or when you do something. So that is an action. So verify. And one more thing, like if you are feeling like I don't know what is IB action, you can press command question mark on this. Sorry, option question mark option. Just press option and click on it. It will show you why no quick help is working. Okay, I don't know why it is not working. So verify tapped function we will create, and in this function let's add there will be a sender, this will be UI button, and in this we will be doing something. Okay, but before doing something I will connect to this enter button. So this is also connected, and if you want to check the connection, there is this thing. Just click on this, whatever element you want to inspect, open inspector, and at the last you can see connection inspector. So in the connection you can see there is a connection referencing outlets in the lock wave controller named as field 1. Okay, so this is how you can check your active connections. Now I want to change this message dynamically. So we are using this screen for register and login same. So let's say if you have first time already entered your passcode, created your passcode, you will be, the message will be changed like enter your passcode to unlock your secret room. Okay. So you have to go this web did load. Web did load means when this screen will be loaded, what I want to do, I will clear the fields. So let field 1, I'm putting this in an array because we are getting input one by one. Field 4. Okay. Now for every fields I will run a loop, and in this for each loop I will get the value with the delegate. So at $0 means the element that we are accessing, and we will keep this as self. So whatever is coming in the for each, that will be in the delegate. And with this I will add a target. Okay. So here it will be self and action. Action will be hashtag selector, and in the selector we will change whenever we are typing something, text did change. So whenever our text will change, okay, text did change, we will do something. Okay. So we will do same thing, and we don't need to pass any parameters, so just keeping it empty. And what event will be controlled is not editing change. So whenever you are removing it, or whenever you are writing something, it will jump to the next. So 1, just as soon as I type 1 over here, it will jump to automatically next OTP. Okay. Then if I type 2, it will jump to next. And if I, let's say, type here 6 and that is wrong, and if I remove that, then it will backward to this one. Okay. So whenever the text did change, it will be performed. And whenever your web will load, we will make the field 1 is the first responder. Okay. Become first responder. So this is how this will be automatically pop up. So you will see keyboard will automatically open for you, and whenever we tap on it, so UI tap, yeah. So let's add this function text did change. So this is a object type. Okay. So we will create an object function text did change in this no parameters text field, and that will be UI text field type. And in this we will be guard guard let text field dot text. If there is text, it will be assigned to the text, otherwise we will return from this function, we will not be doing anything. And if text, so why we are writing this one, because we have make for every element there is a target and event is added. Whenever we change something, this function will be fired. Okay. So let's say I have added 1, then it will jump to the next 2 and jump to the next third one 3, but 3 is not my secret. I will remove this, I will erase that with the backspace in the keyboard. So that will going to the backward, no, it will be still there. So that is why we are returning it. If there is no text, it will be doing nothing, it will not jump backwards. Okay. So if text dot count equal to 1, then we will add a switch case over here on the text field. And I hope in these days you have practiced Swift programming. Okay, so, and if you are learning anything from this course, please like and subscribe and comment if you are watching this video right now. Will be really happy to see that. So please comment, guys. So for every switch case, let's say if you are type something on field 1, then field 2 will be automatically, the input will be jumped to field 2. And if you have written something on field 2, then it will be going to the third. And if you have written something on field third, then it will go to the fourth one. Okay, and for the case field 4, we will do something. Okay, and default case will be break this switch. So yeah, these are the things that we will be doing on text state change. Okay, now we will add something to the function. So text state change. Now let's play and see that what we have done is working correctly or not. Build failed. Why build is failing? Okay, so you can see this symbol, basically this icon of key sensor is not available in the 26.2, and this is running on 26.2. So it is asking for a fallback image if that is not present. So okay, I got it. So what we can do, I will let me close this. I will open this inspector. I will go to over here. And this image we have selected. Let's add something different. So I will add this key shield. Okay, let's see if that is available. Okay, I see. This one, do nothing, just break. Okay, so build succeeded now. And where is our device? So let's connect our device. So secret room is launching, and yeah, it is started. And if I press Command K, you can see keyboard is open. So if I close this and reopen, you can see it is opened automatically. Okay, so if I press 1, it is jumped to next field automatically. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it is working. And if I remove this, it is not going backward to this one. Okay, so that logic also we need to add. So there will be one more thing that we need to add. That is when we are clearing any fields. Okay, so So how to add that? So the thing is very simple. As we are using over here UI text field delegate, so this okay, so one thing you can see, UI wave controller is providing us these functions, and these functions are just like a event. Okay, whenever this event happen, wave did load, then whatever you are writing inside it will be executed. The same thing you can perform with text editing. Whenever you are erasing something, then I will jump backwards. So I will create here a function text field. Okay, and you can see text field is provided by this UI text field delegate. So in this one we will be having UI text field, we will be having should change characters in range. Okay, so this is the method inside this they provide, and we will select the NS range, and replacement string will be a string, and that will be string type. Okay, and that will output a boolean, so bool. Now it's time for writing in this code. Okay, so if you have erased something, if a string is empty, let me add some enter so it will be clear for you. If a string is empty, what we will do, we will add this switch case again. I am just pasting this, but now it will run backwards. So if you are doing something on 4, it will go to third. If you are clearing from the third, it will go to second, then from second to first. Okay, and we don't need for first, then it will be, yeah, default break. Now if a string is not empty, then text field dot text will keep it empty. Okay, and from here we will return false, because this function requires a return of boolean. Okay, so this is the case if your string is empty. Okay, but if your string is not empty, then we will return text field text field dot text is empty or true. So this is a null is causing conditional handling operator. If this is null, then this value will be sent to this function. Okay, so should change characters is written. There is a spelling mistake, so our IDE automatically corrected that. And now if we check again, then when you remove, it will be going backwards and backwards. Okay, so there is one more function we can create over here, that is clear fields. So when you have entered something wrong, then OTP will, all the fields will be automatically cleared. Okay, so field 1, field 2, field 3 dot field 4, and for everything we will be marking the value to empty. Okay, and the first field will become the responder. Become first responder. So this is clear fields. Now let's okay, it's missing up. Yeah, now it is correct. Okay, let me correct everything. This is if block. Yeah, now everything is fixed. So make sure you are not having this braces issue. Now we will go to the helpers. Go to the helpers, and in the helpers and models we will add our data, like how it will be uh, transitioning between in our app, how it will be flowing basically in our app. So go to the models, click on new empty file, and this will be secret dot saved. Okay, and let's, so model can be defined using a struct, so secret, and this will be a codable. So what is the mean of codable? A type that can convert itself into and out of a external representation. Okay, so that can be decodable and encodable. So this will be this type of data, so it will be secured, and in this the fields will be a string of title and value will be this one, a string. So I am not making a big application right now as we are beginner and as we are working on a storyboard, so this is fine for now. And in the helpers we will create a new empty file again, and let's name it keychain manager.set. So here you need to import security. Okay, why security? Because in the security we have keychain manager and everything related to security. Okay, so that is why you need to import security and foundation for different UIKit functions, not UIKit but Swift foundations. Okay, so we will create a class, and in this class we will add our methods. So there will be static methods, function to save a key, a string, a value, and this will be also a string. So you will provide a key value, and we will be having a data. So value dot data using UTF-8 format. Okay, so this is how we will keep the data, and in the query we will be having a string, and then that will be any sec class. Okay, as a string. So we are basically coding into the keychain. So this is how you have to define. So we will have a key class generic password for it, and we will have a key sec attribute. So attribute account. Okay, attribute account, and this all will be as a string, and whatever key that we are passing it, and key sec value data. This is also a string and the data. So here you can see we are typecasting this value data into this .utf format because this keychain sec value data is need the UTF. Okay, and accessible, a key with a value that indicates when the keychain item is accessible. So it will be accessible when key sec attribute accessible unlocked. Okay, when it is unlocked, then we will able to get this data. Okay, so this is how we are adding into our keychain. And security item delete query will be query as cf dictionary. Okay, so cf dictionary is the type of reference to immutable cf dictionary. Okay, that we have already discussed in a Swift programming language tutorial. So I am not going to repeat what I am doing right now, but still I will be explaining some things. So here we are adding this entire query to our database. Okay, so cf dictionary and nil. The second parameter will be nil, and in the you can see if I do option hold on this, it is showing our help option. So in this one you can see the second is the result one, so we don't want any results, and attributes is the dictionary, so that we have added. Okay, so this is a dictionary that we are passing into this item to add. Okay, and yeah, so if you want to read more, you can read it. And just like that, we will create function to load our keys. So key, then a string, and the return type is also a string, and that is optional. And optional means it can be nil as well. Okay, so the string will be any type, and in this one we will again define all these things, but in this sec class is key generic password as the key. Here it will, instead of value data, it will be return data because we are fetching right now, and here it will be true, and the match limit will be keysec match limit 1. So a value that corresponds to matching exactly one item, so we will get the matching one item in this query. Okay, and we will be having the result because there will be no duplicate, so that is why from the keychain we will be getting the one, and any object a protocol which all class implicitly conform. Okay, so in this one, if section item copy matching, then in the query we will pass as cf dictionary, and in the results we are passing as a reference, and if in this one no error is there, then we will return this entire data in a string. So we will result as data, and the encoding will be .utf format, and we will return here nil. If there is copy matching, it's not having anything, then there will be nil. Okay, so this is for loading. And for last, delete key and string, let query string any, and in this one we will be having set class So here you just need to pass the key and you need to call this query delete, and this query will be executed. It's just like a database in the keychain, how it is executing these queries, and this is how you are getting the response. You are deleting the key and you are adding your key secrets. Okay, so this class is ready and we can use this, and if you want to add more things like update or anything else, edit, you can add them as well. Okay, but just now I just want these three things. Okay, now I will save this and will back to controller, lock view controller. So in this lock view controller, if we go to web did load, here we will be adding one more thing, if key chain manager. Okay, load function, if we pass, if there is already a passcode, that means user is already registered, not registered basically, then we will, so here we will create one more label. So, and this is not UI textile field, this is UI label, and this is message label, sorry. And let's connect this. So editor pan on right, lock screen, control, and select, it is connected now, and I will change the message dynamically. So message that let me copy this, copied, it will be this, sorry, yeah, here the message label dot text will be like this. Okay, and there are other properties as well. So message label dot, if you write, you can see there are description, text color, all the other properties that you can control. Okay, but for now I am just want to change the text. Okay, and in the else we will keep enter your passcode to unlock your secret room. Okay, I think this is fine. Now we need to add our, just when we click on the button. Okay, when you click on this button, we will be calling a function, let's say verify OTP, or you can name it verify passcode, and I will remove this comment and create a function here. Okay, so function verify OTP, and in this function I will first of all take the OTP. So how you can take the OTP, you need to get the strings value. So this is how we are getting in Swift. Okay, then we will be having field 2. So field 2 dot text. So let me copy this and let's repeat. There will be 3. So basically we are taking the input 1 2 3 4 like that in the input boxes, but we are combining it in a single passcode just like this. Okay, and after that let's add a card and let's count. If it is false, that is fine. If it is not, then we will show alert. So we will show alert, please enter all 4 digits, and we will return from this function. Now let's create this one more function, show alert. So in this show alert, basically we are having a parameter. Okay, so that parameter is name is nothing, but we, for this function use, we will define it message, and it is a string let alert. So there is a UI alert controller. In this you can type title. So title, I will give it error, then a string, a message, we will add whatever message we are receiving. Preferred style will be dot alert. Okay, yeah, so this is how your alert is created. And alert dot add action. If you want to add a button, then add alert action. In this there will be title will be okay, then style will be default. So there are other in the iOS you have seen destructive red color of OK button or something, you see, like delete or clear. So accordingly you can do it. And yeah, present will be animated, so it will be animated true. Okay, and let's say you pass this thing. So we will go to if let, let's say you have entered all your 4 digits, then we have to compare. So keychain manager dot load, key will be the passcode, and here we will be having 2 things. If OTP is equal to the saved passcode, we will do something. If not, then we will show alert incorrect passcode. Okay, and then we will clear all the values. Okay, and if the passcode is also not there, then we will first time setup. Okay, we will register, and this is, if passcode is already there, then this is login. Okay, in the register you just have to keychain manager dot save function we call. We will give the value passcode key, and the value will be the OTP that user entered, and that's it. So this is what it is doing, and let's play and see what is happening. So let's see. And one more thing, if you want to add breakpoints, you can add that as well for debugging purpose. So you can see it is open, but if I am tapping over here, the keyboard is not dismissing. This is one issue. And if I am entering 1 2 3 4, it is working fine. If I removing it, going backwards, that is also fine. Yep. And if I press enter, please enter all 4 digits correct. 1 2 3 4. And if I press enter, incorrect passcode. Why? So okay, so I have already registered 2345, so that is why we are getting incorrect passcode. And if I enter the correct one in 2345, we are successfully in. Okay, so but this keyboard is not dismissing. This is one of the important things. So we will go on webdate load, and in this webdate load we can add a event. Okay, so let's create a object function dismiss keyboard. So if you want to see what is so in the web and editing true, so and editing will be automatically called, and with this your keyboard will be dismissed. And now we can use this function in this webdate load. So if there is a UI tab gesture recognizer, we will go to target, it will be self, and action will be selector and dismiss keyboard. Okay, and it will be added web dot add gesture recognizer, and it will be tap. So whenever you are tapping on the screen, it will dismiss the keyboard. And we don't need to call it, we just need to pass the function. And we can use this dismiss keyboard in the field 4, like when we are successfully entered 4 values, then we will be dismissing the keyboard. And when we are pressing the clear one, then also, I mean if the string is empty, then also we will dismiss the keyboard. Okay, now let's play and see. So this is not just play, this is build basically. So every time we are building it, yeah, now we are tapping it and keyboard is successfully getting closed. And one, okay, so this is getting called actually. So remove this from the text field because it is changing, and that is how that keyboard is getting dismissed. 1 2 3 4, and after entering 4 digits, it is automatically closed. And when we clear this, you can see. Okay, yep. So you can see now password, this label is also changed. Enter your passcode to unlock your secret room. Okay, because we have already registered our passcode, that is um, 2345. Okay, but we are not able to enter because we have not added any other screen. So we will create a storyboard. Just click on this play. Basically I can create a one more view over here, but I just want to show you like how you can add multiple storyboards and navigate between multiple storyboards. So new file from template, user interface, storyboard, next, and let's give it a name, home screen, create it. And also you can move this launch screen in the storyboards, so that is also fine. So your code is looking organized right now, controller is. So let me close this. So what we have did in this controller, let me open the identity inspector and sorry, the attribute inspector. In this, mark this as is initial view controller, and for this we will create a new template from file in the templates, in the controller, sorry, Cocoa Touch class, and the name will be home web controller, and this is a UI web controller. Next, create it. Home web controller is created. Let me remove this comments and go to home screen, go to the identity, add the home web controller, add the module. Okay, and here in this view let's add a bottom tab. So search here, tab view controller. Okay, so just drag and put it over here, and you can see, sorry, not table view controller, tab bar controller. Okay, so basically you can see tab bar controller comes with by default 2 tabs. Okay, so for this we need to remove this controller. Okay, let's delete that and let's make this one UI tab controller. So we will go to tab bar, item 2, item 3. Let's make this initial web controller. Okay, so this is now initial, and you can change the icon. Just click on this, just click on this one, go to the system image, select selected image, will select house circle. Okay, we will give the value value title. So title will be home, image will be house, the same that we have selected, and symbol scale will be medium, render mode monochrome or multicolor, so So let's select this primary, this one, and rest is fine. Okay, and if you want to add batch, you can add. So batch is basically, you can say this is added, but I don't want. And you can dynamically add batch as well for notifications or anything. So this is home, and let's add this one. So this one will be plus. Let's add plus. Let's give it name add plus. Accent color, and rest is fine. So you can see we have two tabs, and these two tabs are added successfully. And you might be thinking the UI is not changed over here, so that will be changed in few seconds. Okay, I mean sometimes it didn't change, but yeah, it is changed by the way in the background. So you need to restart your Xcode. That one thing you can do, and you can put it over here. Now I want to add one more tab. So how I can add that? I will create a view controller. So I will pick this view controller, drag over here, and I will keep it over here as well. Now I will do control. I will hold control and drag my mouse cursor to this, and I will add a relation. So relation will be show. Okay, so you can see now it is updated, but I want the bottom tab to be there as a relation. So bottom tab, how we can add that? So in this one, let's add a tab bar item. Okay, you can see tab bar item is added, and now so let's add the image settings. So gear shape. Okay, yeah, settings, gear shape, hierarchical. But you can see we have connected only these two tabs, but the third one is not connected. To connect the third one, you need to add a relation basically, and you can add the relation. Just control connect as view controller. So when you do connect as view controller, let me again show you. Just drag from this to this and select view controllers. It will automatically update the settings tab over here, and you can see now we have three tabs. Okay, these two are two tabs, and this one is the setting tab. So this is add scene. Okay, this is setting scene, this is home scene, and this is the main tab bar controller. Okay, so now we want to navigate to this screen when we successfully logged in. So if we go to now log view controller. Okay, so in the log view controller, we will create one more function at the end over here, function go to home. Okay, and this home we will guard let scene delegate we will add. In the current window we will add a window scene, and this will be delegate as scene delegate. And else, if we don't have any scenes, then scene delegate else we will be returning. Okay, we will not do anything in this function. And if we get the scene delegate, then we will get our storyboard. We will create the storyboard. So UI storyboard, we will get the name of our storyboard is home screen. Okay, and the bundle will be nil. Let home web controller storyboard dot instantiate web controller. We will make this as an initial web controller, so if you go back, then you will not be going back to the lock screen. Okay, so dispatch. So as other apps, like if I talk about shopping app or any other app, when you logged in successfully, then once you are on home screen and if you try to back, then you are not going to the login screen again. Your app will be in the background mode. Okay, so the same thing what we are doing here, and we will dispatch this dispatch queue dot main dot async. So scene delegate dot window dot web controller, we will make the home vcs dot web controller. Okay, and this we will be called over here, and when we are successfully registered, when we are successfully go to home. Okay, let's save and run again. So let's see. So password is 2345, enter, and we are on this home screen. Okay, and you can see this is the glass tab that is under UIKit. Okay, and you can see what is happening right now. When we are scrolling over this, you can see it is expanding and the primary color is changing. So I think we have, this is settings, this is add, this is home. Okay, so primary color is changing accordingly. So on the home, I think we have done something. Let me check. So on the home screen tab, what attribute we have added? So symbol default. Okay, let's keep it default, then replace started 2345, enter. Yep. Okay, so this is getting grayish. Let me check for others what is the value that I have provided. So symbol is scale, hierarchical, add default, mouse circle plus okay, so variable we have provided. Variable we don't need to provide anything. So let me change this house. Let's select this house.fill one. House.fill. Okay, and let's do 0 for these as well. Yep. Build again, replace it. So replace means basically your build is already running and you want to again build it, so that is why it has came to replace it. Okay, yeah, now it is fine. Home, add settings, and you can see when we are focused it is primary color, that hierarchical that we have chosen, and if it is not selected that is black. Okay, and if you want to change that as well you can do it. So from here you can change the color. Okay, but I will keep the default one. So we have successfully added. And one more thing, like let's say you go to the background mode. Okay, I haven't closed the app, you can see the app is running, but if I again open this, I am on the secret room, not on the tab. Why? Because we have added this logic in the scene delegate, that is the lock app function. Okay, in this lock app function we are saying that if we are transitioning from foreground to background, then again we will go to the, we will again make our uh, lock wave controller storyboard as the initial wave controller. Okay, and that will be assigned in the window root wave controller. So that is why it is happening. So this is basically your app is so secure. So let's say you open your secret and you didn't close the app and you give your device to your friend, then if your friend try to open this application, for them this passcode will be shown. Okay, and there is one more thing, like you can blur when you are putting this in basically background mode. So yeah, but for now that is fine. So let's create a UI to add our web. So I will go to home web controller, home screen, and here you can see I don't want to show any screen on this. I just want to open a pop-up when we click on this plus add. Okay, so how we can do that, let's see. And let me so you can add your offset default position, render mode unspecified, so in the tab web controller, I'm looking for an option. So let's close iPhone and let's start building the. When we click on this plus, there will be a pop-up model will open up, a page sheet. So to open that, we need to add a new web controller. So we'll add that as well. Web controller. And on this we will create a UI and let's name it. For this, let's create a controller, Cover touch class, and the name will be add secret wave controller. Next, in the controllers, remove this all comment or stuff. Go to home screen, select this one, add secret web controller, and in this one we will create the UI. But before that, we will add the controller for this one as well. So add new file from template, Cover touch class, add secret placeholder. Placeholder means it is there, the controller is there, but there is this one is just for use to open the page sheet. Okay, so on the home screen, on this plus, we will add secret placeholder. Okay, yep, that is added now. And now let's go to the secret place wave holder. So on this one, when the wave is loaded, we will add a private variable because it is used just in this class. Present false, so initially it is false, and we will add a card. It is presented, so if it is false, then we will return, and we will mark as true if it is true. Okay, and let storyboard. So we will UI storyboard, we will pick home screen and we will pick bundle, then let wave controller storyboard dot instantiate wave controller. Okay, with identifier of add secret wave controller, and that will be as add secret controller. Okay, and we will present this wave controller that is inside this home screen and storyboard. We will present the style as page sheet, and there are others as well, like popover or full screen, automatic. So but right now I want to use page sheet. Okay, and we see dot, and when you swipe down and dismiss it, we will create a weak variable self in, and here we will assign self dot tab bar container. Like when you dismiss it, we will again move to the home tab automatically. Okay, so selected index will be 0 and self dot it represent will be false, and here the present will be called with animated true. this we need to add in a add secret view controller. So let's add a member over here, dismiss. And dismiss we will be having an abstract. Okay, and this dismiss, what it will do, it will move to the first tab. Okay, so just like this web did load, there is one more function that we can override, that is web did disappear. And in this one, super wave animated, and if is being dismissed, then we will call on dismiss. Okay, so this is how basically we can call it, and your screen will be dismissed. Now let's see when play this and see what. Okay, so we see is in the this function, sorry, yeah, sorry for that. We present will be inside this web did load, because wave we see is in this. Okay, so let's see how it is looking. Now 2 3 5, enter, click on add. Okay, so there is something, it is crashed. Okay, and let's see why it is crashed. So the issue is, what is the issue? Doesn't contain a view controller with identify add secret view controller. So in the home screen, I think we didn't add it. Let me check. Add secret place on the view controller. Add secret view controller also we have added, but the storyboard ID you need to pass. Okay, so storyboard ID you need to pass and use storyboard. Click again, because we are finding in this, you can see we are finding from the storyboard name. Okay, that is add secret view controller. So that is why you need to pass this, set the storyboard. Okay, what is, yep. Now if I add, what bro, secret, could be the issue over here? So here we need to add this and move it up here. Okay, and here it will be animated. Pool did appear animated. Okay. Yeah, so this is just because of this web data appear, because web data appear is having the context to this add is secret view controller. Why? Because did appear means it is appeared successfully. Okay, so that is why you need to add this override function as web data appear, not in web data load. You can see our this is getting shown to us, this add secret view as a pop-up page sheet. Now we can close, and once we close this, automatically this tab are going to home. And when we go to add, so let's say you have added and you click on save or create, or you just dismiss, it will go to the home one automatic. Okay, so that is a cool thing. And on the add, if you want to add something, you can add so I will select this accent color. I will keep the alpha low like this. Let's play again. Build again. Two, three, four, five. Enter. Add. Or it just default is fine. Okay. Default alpha 1. Now let's add UI on this particular screen. So sorry guys, I don't know when this mic is plugged out from the MacBook, so that's why you are hearing a weird noise. Okay, but right now I have fixed that and we can continue. So if I recall, lastly we have covered how we are adding this plus pop-up, so that we have seen. Now when we open this pop-up, we will be showing something on that screen. Okay, So on this one, we will add some text. So add a label. In the label, add your secret. Okay. Choose the font family. Custom family will be, we are using copper plate. Okay. And you can choose it light or regular. Let's keep it regular and increase the size. Keep it in the center, and lines will be 0. If in any device it is very large, then it will be moved to second line. Okay. Yeah, now we can add constraint and place this. So horizontally in container, so it will be centered in the screen. And let's add the constraints. So from the top safe area, I want 10 margin, and left and right we can give 10 and 10. Okay. Add 3 constraints. It is in the center. Add your secret. And here we will add 2 input field. So that is basically text field. And let's change the background color. You can increase the font to 16. Placeholder text we need to put. So in this one it will be key. So let's put a background of secondary system background color. Okay. And let's make it horizontally in container, and then attach to the label at the top 16, and left and right trailing and leading also 16. So it will be like this. Okay. If we want to add more margin from the top, we can give it 30. So yeah, this is fine. Now I will option, just press hold option and drag it down, so it will be duplicate automatic. Okay. In this duplicate one, I will add value. So how I have duplicated, you just need to keep holding option and drag the element just below, so it will be duplicate the entity. Okay. And in this one, you see constraint is not applied, so you need to apply the constraint. So horizontal in center, then top same as the previous one, and it is added. Okay. Now we need to add buttons. So yeah, we have this button filled button. Okay. So this will be create, and this create button, yep. Now let's have another button. So in this one, let's add cancel. Cancel means we don't want to add the secret, and the pop-up will be dismissed. So title will be cancel, and let's change the background color. The background color, let's use system red color. Okay. So in the button you need to apply over here So yeah, cancel. Yep. Now these two waves we can embed in a stack wave. So how you can do that? Just select these two like this and click on this one, and over here this icon basically embed the following things. So these two elements will be embed means the stack will be the parent of these two. Okay, just think like a container. In the stack wave container, these two will be stored. Okay, so just store in a stack wave. You can see it is now axis is vertical, but I want horizontal, so it is horizontal now. And I want to center the stack wave, so it is center now. And one more thing, let me add, keep the cancel in a left and create in a right. Okay, now add one more constraint for the top, that is 40. Okay, so from the 40 it is added now. And one more thing we can add, the distribution will equally, will proportional, equal spacing. We can increase the spacing as well. So yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so this is one of the thing you can follow in your um, for this basically stack view. But let's say if you want to increase the button size horizontally, the width of the button, so to make it responsive you can add the leading and trailing constraint for this stack view. Okay, so let's add 16. You can see now they are divided equal spacing, but if we do fill equally it will be stretched. Okay, and if we do fill proportionally, then the proportion will be divided, and if we do centering, then again the same spacing. So I want fill equally, and that is fine. Okay, so here just like this you can create the key and add your value. So yep, we have added this one, and now it's time for using these values to create our secret view controller. So I will open editor pan on the right one, and in this right I will open the home screen, and here we will create IV outlet to connect the fields. So there will be key text field. Okay, that will be UI text field, and another one is the value, and let's connect this. So it will be key, and this will be value. Okay, and when our web will be loaded, we will make the key text field dot delegate equal to self, and value text field dot delegate to self. And if we are using here text field delegate, then you need to add UI text field delegate over here. Okay, now when we tap on this cancel, what will happen? So for that we can write override, that is an action, sorry. So IB action function dead tap cancel. Okay, we will create this function, and in this cancel function we will be having a sender that will be type of UI button. we will be dismiss. Okay, dismiss animated true. So dismiss is basically, this is a model page, so it will be dismissed, and self dot this on dismiss will be called. Okay, on dismiss will be called, and this will be called as question mark. So if it is available, then only this will be called. Okay, so this is a basically closure property that you are seeing right now, and if you are pressing on data create, so in that one we will create the secret. So let's connect these two buttons as well. So this one create, this one cancel. And now let's create a create secret function. So this function is not used anywhere outside of this class, so we will be having private access modifier, and we will be guard let key equal to key text field dot text. So we are trimming the characters. If let's say you added the white spaces, so it will trim the white space and the new lines. So yep, you can use that, and let value, we will do the same thing for the value as well. So I will copy paste. Now if so if the key is empty or value is empty, okay, and in the else we will show alert, and we will return from this function. So let's have this mm, okay, so we are adding the guard on these all four things. So guard basically act like a validator. So when all these four cases will be passed, then it will go below and execute the further code. Otherwise, we will be throwing an alert, and that will be returned from this error. Okay. So let me close this, and expected else after guard condition. So we have else after guard condition. Why it is not taking? Over here we are missing the comma. Okay, so we are missing the comma, that's why we are getting that error. Now let's create a show alert function. So private function show alert. So in this alert we will be having alert UI alert controller, and in this controller let's add title. So missing info message, we can provide please enter both key and Preferred style will be alert type. And after creating this, let's invoke. Action will be UI alert action. And in this alert, we will be having title. Okay. And in this one, we will be having default style. And present alert with animated row. Okay. So this is the alert function. And let's say we have successfully passed all this validation, then we will start saving our secret to the key manager. So key manager dot save, it will be key and it will be value, and after saving it we will be the user defaults dot standard dot string array, and for key we will be passing secret keys. So in keychain basically you need to store in user default, so all the keys will be there. Okay, so here we are checking if the key is already exist or not. So if the key exists using keys.contain, then we will append the key and user default dot standard dot set keys, and for key will be secret keys. Key text field dot text will be cleared, and value text field will be also text value will be also cleared. Okay, and right after this we will dismiss the model, and we will call this self dot on dismiss. Yep, so this is how basically we will be saving this. Okay, and this is how our add secret view controller is completed, in which we are just creating the secret and cancelling it and saving to the key manager. Okay, so now if you want to see, let's click on play. Simulator is started, and let's see. So 2 3 4 sorry 2 3 4 5, enter, click on add. You can see add your secret. We can add more spacing from the top. So let's go to the home screen, click on this and open the inspector, align top safe area equals 10. I will edit this, set the value to 40. Now I will again, let me save it and again replace it. 2 3 4 5, enter. Yep, now this little bit below, add your key, let's say GPT API key something. Okay, and here we will give it a value random. Okay, this is a key, create, and we have created it, and we are now on home screen. Okay, so on home screen we will be able to see our secrets, and yeah, we can see our secret and we can show the list of the secret. So let's start building that as well. So I will start on the home screen. So on the home screen, let's add a label first of all. label, we can add label like welcome and emoji, hi emoji. Okay, and let's place the screen right after this. What we can do, we will click on this one and click over here in the bottom. You can why yeah, you can see this icon, embed in navigation controller, and you can see once you done embedding, you can see there is a navigation controller over added over here. Okay, so this screen basically just to represent that whatever right after this and connected will be in navigation controller. Okay, and this will be the first screen of navigation from the where the navigation will start. Okay, now I will click on +1. I will go wave controller. I will add one more wave controller over here, and then I will press control. Over here at the top you can see this yellow one, just select this one and control and drag on this one. Okay, and you will be having this option show present modally, so I will say show. You can see there is a line showing that this is also connected, and there is also a back icon automatically comes up. Okay, and on this one we will be just adding the label over here. So let's do it horizontally in container. From the top, let's add 16, and let's add the title to edit your secret. Font will be the one that we are using, copper plate. Is the height done? Edit your secret is there. Now one more thing you can do, if you want you can copy this like this. Okay, just select Ctrl C, Ctrl V, both are pasted. Just scroll up, but here they are not having the constraint, so I will give the constraint 16 left, right, and the top as well 40. Let's add 6 constraint, so you can see that are added, but in this one this is added one more time. So yep, now they are fine. And one more thing I will teach you in this, you don't need to add a save button. There is an automatic save button provided in the navigation. We can use that one. Okay, so now we will create one more controller. So a new file from template, Cocoa Touch class, edit secret wave controller. Next, create why it is creating this one, you are not UI table. Let me delete this trash. There will be UI wave controller only. Okay, next, create. Yep, now home screen. Here we'll connect to edit, select the top, edit secret wave controller. Now they are added. Okay, now on the secret wave controller we can have over here to outlet, key text field, and let's have another one, that is value. Okay, then we will be having over here secret. So where secret, and when your web is successfully loaded, then we will add the title, edit secret, then we will populate the data into this key and value field. So populate data, then setup, save button. Okay, private function, and I will make this key to false. So you cannot edit this text field for the key, okay, because you can update the secret only. But if you want, you can remove this, then you will be able to edit both. Private function, setup, save button. And in this we will be having navigation item dot right bar button item. So over here a save button will be there for you, where you can add your title, save, style will be done type, target will be self, and action will be, so action you need to select object, so did tap save, and in this one we will create a object did private. So while developing the app, you might think like, I don't know why you are writing this. So I am not going to. I have already covered Swift course, so you will be able to understand what is guard, what is object, OBGC, private function. Okay, these kind of thing. And if you don't know, you can go and ask ChatGPT what is this code mean. Okay, because otherwise it will take me more time to develop this for you, and our learning will be very slow. Okay, and video will be also very longer, so that is why it's fine. If you don't understand any function or anything what we are doing, you can easily ask us. Okay, and you can comment why you have written that line. So once we click on this save button, we will back to the previous with the pop. So pop means you might have done React Native, so you already know navigation have a stack architecture. So when you pop, that means you are coming previous. You are going to the previous screen. Okay. So this is the edit secret controller, and let's connect the file. So let's connect this key and this value. They are connected right now. But how we will be navigating? So you need to go to home view controller, and here I have written one function, that is did select row. So when you tap on any row, okay, so when you tap on any row, we will navigate you to the edit page. So we will deselect row, index path animated true. Now let secrets picking up the selected secret, and we will go to the storyboard, and from storyboard we will find out in the home screen and bundle, and here in the view controller we will get the instantiate view controller with identifier, that is edit secret view controller as so. What we are doing currently, we are going to the storyboard home screen, and in this storyboard we'll know that there is edit screen, and in edit screen uh, it is connected with this controller, edit secret view controller. So we pick a specific controller, and after that on that controller we are assigning the secret value to this what we have selected. Okay, and after assigning it we are passing the we are basically navigating to that particular controller. So we see then animated true, that's it. Okay, and now if you go to this edit secret view controller, you can see we have this field already defined here. Okay, so that means we are just setting this, we are updating this value over here in the home view controller just before navigating to the this edit screen. Okay, so you can replace it. 5 enter, and I will go to GPT. Yep, so we need to pass the storyboard ID. So sorry for that, I will pass the storyboard ID over here, then again play because it will not be able to recognize. Okay, so yep, you can see llama key is there. Okay, edit secret is also coming in the top. So I will go to the edit secret controller, and here we are setting the title. I will keep it empty, saving it and rebuild again. 2 3 4 5 enter. Yep, now the title is not there, our default text title is there, and I cannot update this because we have marked it is enabled false. Okay, and we can update 1 2 3, save it. Now let's see. Oh, llama key is 1 2 3 1 2 3, and over here as well. So yep, this is kind of a to-do application, but the feature of keychain manager that we have added, that makes your app more secure, so it's like a secret room. Okay, and let's say if I delete this app, and let's start with beginning. The deleted will succeeded again. So it is deleted successfully. Now let's start. So it is saying that my saved case is deleted, but the passcode is still there. Okay. So in the settings you can add screens like to reset and do some stuff with that. Okay, so that is your homework, just like we have added for this screen. Okay, or this screen we have added these buttons, how we have connected it. The same thing you can do for the setting. You can add a setting title, you can add a button to reset all, change password. Okay, and if you want to update the passcode, you can update that easily. Okay, so let's go to the keychain manager. Lock web controller. So this means basically there is already a passcode, and when we uninstall our app, the passcode is still there because we are just storing it in a keychain. Okay. So one more thing I would like to tell you, and this is not a bug basically. I have kept this intentionally. So you are seeing like when I am uninstalling the app, my secret is removed, but my passcode is still there. Okay. And why? Because keychain manager or the iOS keychain having this functionality, like when you store something directly to the keychain, okay, then if you are removing anything, app or anything, that will not be deleted. But if you can see, when we are adding the secret, we are adding in the user defaults. Okay, so user defaults is basically getting removed when we uninstall the app. So if you want your app to be the secrets will also be there. Even if you uninstall the app, you can store these in a keychain directly. Okay, you don't need to store them in a user defaults. Or if you want, like if I uninstall my app, my passcode will reset, then you need to change in the lock view controller. Instead of saving directly into the keychain manager, you can register in the user defaults. Okay, and then again you can load from the user defaults, and after that you will verify it. So these things are homework for you for this course. Okay, and in the next video, like we will be learning Swift UI. So the reason I have made this project is smaller and just with some functionality, because the storyboard is now not majorly used in industry, because it is not recommended by Apple as well. But still, as a iOS developer, I have created this because you should have knowledge how the legacy projects are working. Okay, and apart from this UIKit or UI thing that we are doing on dragging, dropping things, other concept are same. So other concept in the sense, like here we are using this IB outlet to connect, but there will be in the Swift UI something else to connect, but the functions what we are doing over here, okay, these things will be same. And we don't need to use then this UI wave controller text field delegate, because these are from the UIKit. Okay, so Swift UI is a having different thing, but the concept that we have learned so far will be used in the next video as well. Okay, so I hope you have learned so much things in this video. If you learn, please like and comment. Okay, and I will see you in the next video. Till then, enjoy your day, enjoy your weekend. Bye bye. See you in the next video. Take care.